Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Rogue Trader. Last stream we ended up on Dargonus where we were dealing with the trial of the Wersarian family, where we were able to prove that they were not guilty, and that's where we ended it. We need to get back to the ship to talk to Abelard about all that went down there, but I figured while we're still here we'll talk to Clementia, and I think here on Dargonus we're supposed to be able to meet up with the new Arbites companion from the new DLC. So I want to try and look around for him as well. Let's see if Clementia has anything to say about the recent trial. Your lordship. Clementia looks away from her data slate. I hope your stay on Dargonus will be beneficial to your physical and mental state. I understand that the heir to the Protectorate must have his hands full, but one shouldn't forget about rest. Oh, I'm ready to receive the Arbites delegation. So we just start that with her. Perfect. I will have an audience arranged immediately, your lordship.
Dr. Exactant, Solomon Anthar, I greet you on behalf of the Adeptus Arbites.
Alright, he looks cool. The formidable-looking man offers you a salute. His armor is immaculately polished, and a hulking cybermastiff sits at his feet. The arbitrator's face reveals nothing but imperturbable equanimity, and his gaze is cold and weighty, as befits an enforcer of the law. The Adeptus Arbites is an organization that defends and upholds the Imperium's sacred code of law, known as the Lex Imperialis. Yeah, I think they're like extreme police, more or less.
Thank you for responding to my request, Rogue Trader. I am here on the orders of Marshal Strax to ask for your help. We are in pursuit of a tithe thief. We must board the thief's ship, execute the heretic for his crimes, and return the sacred tribute to the protection of the Adeptus Arbites. The reward for your assistance in this matter will be the thief's frigate, the Heartless, which we will capture in the course of the mission.
Okay. Board a ship, execute the heretics, get back the tithe, and we get this ship in reward. I don't know why we need a second ship, but I'm not going to say no to it. Greetings, Proctor. You did the right thing in coming to me. You're here to beg for my help. Well, go on then. Make your case. Perhaps you found me in a helpful mood. No, you did the right thing in coming to me.
I hear the words of the true heir of Lady Theodora, and the promise of swift retribution against heretics.
What was the nature of the arrangement between the Arbites and Theodora? Was the tithe stolen from my domain? Where's the Marshal? Why send a Proctor with this request? Okay. What was the nature of the arrangement between the Arbites and Theodora?
Your predecessor made a formal alliance with us. She provided us with a headquarters on Dargonus and supported us in the collection and guarding of the Imperial tithe on several occasions. We, in turn, assisted Lady Theodora in enforcing the law on the worlds under her control.
Seems reasonable. Was this tithe stolen from my domain?
From Rykad Minoris. The tithe ship departed shortly before the world fell and has not been in contact since. Our investigation revealed that the ship was plundered and destroyed. I already know the name and approximate location of the culprit.
Okay. Why have you approached me and not Winterscale? Rykad Minoris was his world. It's fair.
I did, and I was rebuffed. As Rogue Trader Winterscale rightly pointed out, from the moment of the tithe's collection, responsibility for it transfers to the Adeptus Arbites. He also noted that the loss of a world is not an inconsiderable detriment to his protectorate, and he has no intention of expending resources to recover something that no longer belongs to him.
I also understand that.
Under similar circumstances in the past, our arrangement would have obliged us to turn to Lady Theodora. She was a key figure in supporting the Lex Imperialis in the Koronus Expanse.
She didn't strike me as the most rigorous follower of Imperial law. But okay. It's poor form for a rogue trader to refuse to help the servants of the law. Yeah.
It is not for me to judge the Emperor's attitude. Not least when I cannot fault his reasoning.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, where's the Marshal? Why send a proctor with this request?
Marshal Strax is not in Dargonus at present, so he appointed me to speak on his behalf. Time is of the essence when there is a heretic to catch. I am sure he will present himself to you as soon as he returns to your capital world.
Okay, so you've lost a ship and want someone else to solve your problem. No, that's harsh. What does the stolen tithe entail?
Resources that every world is under obligation to relinquish for the good of the Imperium. In the case of Rycat Minoris, they include the ceramited explosive reagents produced on Rykadi Philia, armor glass, medical supplies, and guardsmen, a living tithe to be recruited into the regiments of the Astra Militarum. Cargo like that is particularly dangerous in the hands of heretics, as it can be easily converted into wealth or used for military purposes.
But it's not the tithe of psykers, which is good. That's an impressive dog you have.
Do not mistake, this is an attempt at bargaining, but I promise you, if you agree to help us, you will see how truly impressive Galato is in action.
Ha! Okay. I will help the Adeptus Arbites. What is the plan?
I suggest we move to a more private location where we can provide you with the case files.
Okay.
Captain Sargona and his flagship, the Heartless, are concealed in Mundus Novis. The exact location can only be determined with your ship's augurs when we enter the system. The Heartless is escorted by a small flotilla. You'll need to neutralize it in order to capture the frigate. Our BT strike teams will land on the upper deck, while your boarding party handles the remaining bays. My squad of arbitrators will take on the most difficult and dangerous part of the operation. The ultimate goal is to capture the captain's bridge and interrogate and execute Sargona.
Makes sense. Tell me more about the ship you're promising me.
The Heartless is the enemy flagship. It has been corrupted with inhuman technology, but you have the necessary resources to purge it of xenos filth and make it serve the Imperium once more. Even if you don't wish to own a ship previously crewed by pirates, you will have prospective buyers lining up to take it off your hands. I'm no expert on ships, but when I questioned the captains on Footfall about the Heartless, they were almost salivating as they listed its virtues.
I want the ship, I want to cut the ties now. The ship's probably cool. You're offering me a ship that I have to capture myself, not much of a deal. Counteroffer, I get the ship and you join my entourage at the same time. He is, from my understanding, this is the guy that's supposed to be our companion. So we can just make that deal here. Yeah, counteroffer. I get the ship and you join my entourage at the same time.
I do not have the power to choose my assignments, Rogue Trader. However, if the mission is successful, the Marshal is unlikely to refuse to deploy me as your escort.
Okay, I see. I need more information about the thief.
Stein, transfer the latest data. Bryce, hologram. This one has the complete file.
Solomon gives you a data slate. Okay, we can see a hologram. It's not super clear. That looks like a psychic staff, though. So are we dealing with a psyker? Give me the rundown on Sargona.
He is a former privateer and a fugitive psyker. At one time, he was involved in the coal trade and the supply of xenos mercenaries, but his pirate habits got the better of him, and he started robbing his associates. Now, even among the criminal rabble, he is known as a nasty piece of work. Something of an achievement, you will agree. Sargona is cunning, cruel, and unpredictable.
Alright, let's study the file. Sentenced Guido Sargona, homeworld unknown, psyker, specialty pyromancy, okay. Formerly sanctioned. Abandoned his post on a privateer ship and joined the pirates. Confirmed links, Casabalica, Xenos, allegedly heretical cults. Also implicated in at least 15 attacks on trading vessels, status alive. And the hologram? The image quality leaves something to be desired, but you can make out the criminal's surfeit of augments in sumptuous clothing. There is something haughty, almost maniacal in his bearing, like the tyrants who sooner or later proclaim themselves gods. How are you so well informed?
Shortly after the fall of Rakad Manoris, I questioned the Liege of Footfall. He supplied me with exhaustive information about Sargona and his ship, and gave the arbitrators full access to the docks. I suspect Takara's compliance stems from some bad blood between him and Sargona. Scum-eating scum. Nothing new there.
Well, Takara is no more, but glad you got your information before we killed him. That will do.
As you wish.
Any tactical recommendations for the assault?
The task is relatively simple. Kill all enemies we encounter, and not let them kill us. Sargona must be taken alive for questioning, but I and my team will handle that. There is one other thing. The following call signs will be used for Vox communication during the mission. You will be RT1, and I will be DX1. I also request you use RBT sign language throughout. Non-verbal commands are faster than speaking, and will allow us to catch our target unawares. Here is a short list.
Sullivan holds out a data slate to you. Okay. So we need to suddenly learn our body's hand signals before the mission. Study the data slate. There are 24 basic commands, from head nods to combinations of hand gestures. Everything you need to quickly and efficiently communicate enemy positions and numbers, and even coordinate joint attacks. What do these call signs mean? I assume that's what we just studied.
DX1 means I'm in command of the Delta Xi Squad. It's one of our standard designations for strike teams in the Expanse. RT1 is you, the rogue trader and leader of the Rho Theta Squad. For a short mission like this one, these identifiers should suffice.
Yeah, no one will ever figure out that RT1 refers to the rogue trader. I dislike my call sign. A rogue trader needs something grand. Emperor's Eagle, for example. No, it's his mission. We'll follow along. You have a deal.
Good. Do you have any further questions?
I may have other matters to attend to en route to the Mundus Nullius. Will you be able to accompany me?
No. I'm still on mission, and in your absence, my subordinates and I will be checking weapons and finalizing tactics for the assault. In other words, we will be wholly occupied with preparations.
So we don't get him until the assault. Or technically he's leading the other team. So after the assault is when he finally joins us? I have no more questions. Board the flagship and await my command.
Acknowledged. Sargona is already dead. He just doesn't know it yet.
Someone lays a hand on the back of the Mastiff's neck and says more to his dog than to you. Seems like an interesting character. I guess with that out of the way, we are ready to return to our ship. I don't think there was anything else for me on Dargonus. Hey, pseudonym. Welcome. Anyone over here I care to talk to? Abelard. We'll talk to him more on the ship, but anything to say here? Nope. Over on Dargonus, I will check the Secretary's reports and keep an eye on the logisticians. Master Danrock does his job well, but a little scrutiny goes a long way with him. Okay, so these cyber pets got added with the DLC. Cyber Eagle being a new one. Curiosity Merchant. Finely dressed man greets you with an incredibly radiant smile. His meticulously polished jaw augmentations reflects the palace interior as sharply as a mirror. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lusarius Carmelan, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your lordship will find something useful among my offerings. What kind of curiosities do you sell? That's a beautiful eagle. What is its name? If I want to purchase something, I will let you know. It's a beautiful eagle. What is its name? His polished jaw shining, Lusarius extends his hand towards the bird, a hand likewise made of shiny metal. Her name is Aquila. As soon as I saw her, I knew a creature of such proud grace simply must be properly taken care of. Now Aquila is an integral part of my life, as I am of hers. With a shrill cry, the eagle stabs her benefactor's metal palm with her beak. The augmetic yelps, while the merchant is still smiling, as he modestly puts his hand back into his clothes and out of sight. Apologies, Aquila is still getting used to my replacement extremity. She liked the old one better. Did she bite your hand and that's why you got a replacement? Judging by Aquila's displeased look, the bird's fondness for her owner's original extremity was of an elementary rather than affectionary nature. One of his implants. Was your friendship with Aquila the reason you needed those augmetics? You are exceptionally observant. The man laughs softly and melodiously, and then shakes his head. Developing a friendship with such a noble creature is a thorny path, and after a moment of especially profound disagreement, I had to have my hand replaced. But this, Lusarius touches his jaw implant, his pride very evident. This was purely for the beauty of the thing. I used to be passionate about finding rare augmetics, and could not resist having them installed. Please, keep this a secret from the Adeptus Mechanicus. I know the Red Priests don't condone things like that. Alright, what kind of curiosities do you sell? Lusarius points to his eagle, still smiling. Equipment for noble cyber assistance, of course. The demand is modest, as few in the Imperium can afford such luxury, but I'm glad to have found my calling. Judging by his expensive attire and ostentatious augmetics, Lusarius' wealth is unlikely to stem directly from his curiosity business. He came here following his heart, it seems, and not his greed. I am a rogue trader, and I seek the rarest of curiosities. Do you have anything of that sort? My collection will offer you the biggest and broadest choice in all the expanse. However, even a devoted enthusiast like myself has limits. There is a certain captain who owns a unique protocol, a family heirloom, which he has refused to sell to me. His ship is called the Renegade's Fall. Perhaps you can chart a path to his hoarded treasure. I will send you the coordinates of the place where we last met. Alright, well, I want to see what curiosities you have. So we need reputation with this curiosity merchant in order to get things. Makes sense. So are these... Okay, so these are upgrades for the various types of familiars, which obviously we don't have any of them. So we don't need any of that for now, but if we ever have one, then that's an option. Alright, curious, but interesting. I guess we're ready to leave. Yeah, back to the bridge. So let's find Abelard. Who usually hangs out near here. There you are.
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Versarians would be so vulnerable while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain himself, far from home. To tell you the truth, Lord Captain, this whole situation has got me thinking. As patriarch of the Versarian family, I have a responsibility to my bloodline. Yes, it is my duty to serve as seneschal to the rogue trader, and I have no intention of relinquishing that role if you find my service as satisfactory as did Lady Theodora. However, if I could be more involved in my family's affairs and still serve the von Valancius dynasty.
Okay. Abelard hesitates, clearly uncomfortable. So we told him that coming to power, procedures would change. I do recall that. What do you want? Tell me plainly. I understand your desire, traditions, and old ways must change. I will allow you to return to Dargonus after the immediate crisis in the Expanse has passed. Can't let you go, Abelard. You are an indispensable part of my crew. What do you want? Tell me plainly.
Under Lady Theodora, I served as steward of the Trade Protectorate on more than one occasion. In that capacity, I was based on Dargonus, rather than traveling with the rogue trader on the flagship. If it would be possible, after the immediate need for my presence is over, I would like to return to that position. To oversee the trade protectorate on the capital world, while at the same time presiding over the Versarian family, and using my authority to help elevate it.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. Once the immediate crisis is over, then if he wishes to go back to Dargonus and do some work there, that seems fine.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper in service to you.
Abelard stands ramrod straight and makes the sign of the Aquila.
Well then, Lord Captain. It is time I return to my duties. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, I'm good.
Lord Captain.
Abelard gives you a regulation salute. So that's Abelard done. Boxmaster, anything interesting? Ship informed me of our imminent meeting. Have the box spirits brought you anything interesting lately? No. Okay. So, is our new friend here somewhere? No. Okay. Wasn't sure if the Arbites would be on this ship. But it sounds like no, he's gone wherever that quest is going to take us. Let's see. Complete development to the highest level. This one. So we just need to meet him at Mundus Nullius. Okay. Well, we've got quite a few quests in various places. A lot of our companion quests are now moving forward. I think we're done on Dargonus for now. Let's hop back out to the map and see where we want to head at this point. Ah, Mundus Nullius is right here. Okay. Also, we did pick up at some point a bunch of these what are they calling them? Not contracts, rumors. I think while we were in the Dark Eldar place, we got a bunch of new rumors that I should probably check out when we're in the area. There's just a bunch of new ones that I don't remember. What was this quest? Perform the ritual. Is that for Cassia? Yes. So that's Cassia's quest, which I am interested in. And it's an area we haven't explored before, which means it might open up to new locations. That's our main quest. That's for our new companion, which seems like a thing to do. That is for Heinrichs. I think that's all of them. From where we are, getting the new companion feels like that's a thing I should focus on. There's also a one-way road here. What is that rumor? There's been an unsuccessful attempt to restore an abandoned colony in the Mundus Nullius. The colonist ship went dark shortly after its arrival in the system. The vessel's fate could be worth investigating. Yeah, so let's go here, look into that rumor, and then help out with our new companion, the Arbites. The officers on the lower deck stopped providing status reports. 3 days have passed since the Vox system broadcasted anything other than subdued moans and wet slapping noises. An enforcer squad sent to investigate reported the denizens of the lower level had regressed to animals and succumbed to depravity. The connection with the squad was shortly lost. The High Missionary of the Adeptus Ministorum became flushed with fury and condemned these as designs of the archenemy. The hotbed of heresy was cleansed with fire and prayer, and we took 9 points of damage. We'll want to repair that before we end up in a battle, obviously. We could upgrade the ram. It's possible if we downgraded the ram a couple of times, we would be able to upgrade our hull, which I think makes more sense. We need 605 for that. There we go. So our hull is now level 9. And the ram is level 4. But we don't really use the ram, so that's fine. Do I need to... Oh, I need to reassign posts. That would have turned out poorly if we'd gone into a fight to have all of our positions empty. That's weird. Well, it looks like Cassia is ideal for Supreme Commander. Master Cannoneer. Iliad is showing up as the best. Shield Master is going to be Pascal. Master of Maneuvers is actually Ulfar. Barely. He gives a bonus to Strafe versus Abelard gets new heading. I don't know what particular difference that makes. So new heading was upgraded. Does it stay upgraded in this case, or was it upgraded for Abelard? And I now would then have an opportunity to upgrade this once I've used it once. What's the difference between unupgraded? Flagship fires its maneuvering thrusters, slides a short distance to one side, cooldown 1 to 3 rounds. Flagship fires its maneuvering thrusters and slides a short distance. When strafing into an enemy ship, both ships suffer 90% equal to damage equal to 90% of the void ship's ram damage. I mean, that's same cooldown, so it just gives us the option to ram from the side. Odd. I assume we're still going to put ourselves as the warp channeler. Yeah, no one else is even close. And then Master of Etherics has Cassia as the best. Huh. Is there anyone who would be a decent Supreme Commander in her place? Jai is alright. Irliet could be our Master of Etherics. If only you could light yourself on fire during space combats. Yeah, light yourself on fire and then ram enemies. If we put Irliet here, I think Argenta was pretty good as Cannoneer. There we go. We'll go with something like that. No upgrades yet. What is all features? Is that just everything our ship has? Cool. Let's head in and see what we can find, because this is a system we've already explored before. That's Sargona's fleet. We've got... Is that somewhere we've already been? So we've got our rumor. Unsuccessful attempt to restore an abandoned colony in the Mundus Nullius. The colonist ship went dark shortly after arrival in the system. The vessel's fate could be worth investigating. I assume it's got to be in here, because we're not seeing any other place a colony ship might be hiding, unless it's on a planet. But we've already explored this. I mean, there's no harm in checking it out. That's the only other place it seems like it could be. No, so we would just be landing down at the abandoned palace. And I'm sure if that was... Now... We'll check out this. If that doesn't resolve the rumor, then maybe we'll come back and land there, but I assume we've already done that. I just don't specifically remember it. Hey, main pious fool, welcome. Lord Captain, the Augur crew has spotted a fleet dead ahead. The drive signature of the enemy's flagship matches that of the Heartless. The escort ships are sticking to it like flies to grok shit. Anyway, what are your orders? Give me a tactical report on the enemy. The enemy frigate is heavily armored and boasts a fighter launch bay, which for sure won't be empty. As long as the escorts are around to defend it, trying to board the vessel would be a death sentence. My advice is to take them out first, then attack the Heartless itself. Once the frigate is damaged, we can close in and board it. Should we get patched through to the captain of the Heartless? Try and talk him down? I doubt we'll be successful, but we could try it. Patch me through to the captain of the Heartless. A silken, almost whispering voice fills the air. Ah, the illustrious rogue trader has arrived at last. Let me guess. You will now graciously offer me one chance to surrender? Solomon, read this criminal his verdict. We'll grant you a swift death if you lay down your weapons. Bring me some recap and wipe down the captain's throne after you vacate it. I will be there shortly. Wow. Bold. I need nothing from you, Sargona. I am coming to take everything myself. Solomon, read this criminal his verdict. Captain Sargona, your void-frozen remains will serve as a message to anyone who thinks they can lay their hands on the tithe and escape justice. In the name of the Lex Imperialis, prepare for execution, heretic. You can wave your Lex around in the Imperium, lawman, but this is the Expanse. The mighty pass the sentence is here. I shall grant you a swift death if you lay down your weapons. What a generous proposal. I think my response will be a low hum rises out of the box. Can you hear it? That's the Heartless's lance weapon. I invite you to parley with it. Yeah, that went about as well as could be expected.
Fight the foe of the rogue trader!
Alright, so we've got quite a few ships in this combat. That's our sword class frigate that we always have. And that's the Heartless that we're supposed to avoid for the moment. Okay. Wow, we can just shoot on a couple of them right now. So we've got those 3 ships. That's our friend. Okay, yeah. So he only has 3 escorts at the moment. Might as well take our shots right there. Nearly gotcha.
This one goes down.
Goodbye. That's 1 down. Alright. If I went to somewhere like here, you're in that cone and you are in that cone, which seems perfect to me. If that last one hadn't missed, I think that would have been a kill.
Leave the hull strewn across the star.
Perfect. And why can I not launch my fighters that I'm always able to do? Normally we get a choice of torpedoes or fighters, and I always use the fighters. Did something get switched up weird when we came back from the from the Dark Elves. Or am I just misremembering how combat works? So normally, I don't know.
Annihilate them.
I guess we'll throw out some torpedoes. But yeah, usually there's an arrow there. Oh well. Yeah, those are all gonna miss. They've got their shield. That means aim is terrible unless you're right next to them. Alright, interceptors, take your shot. Oh, you're not taking a shot. Brilliant. How do I get a shot off on you? It's been a while since we've done space combat, so I don't really remember how it all plays out. I mean, that seems like the obvious choice. Although, maybe I could just do a warp wave and kill you without even having to turn. Yeah, that'll work for me. So then if I go somewhere here, I've got you in that shot. Although we do want to be close. Yeah, because aim is terrible if you're too far away. That'll be too far away, and that will probably have us turn the wrong way. Yeah, our angle is just bad. But is that... No, it's still 38. Did we just have that bad of aim? Even when we're... Okay, if we tried shooting you from way back here. Oh no. You have the shadow field. Suffer 20% penalty to hit chance when attacking from within 4-cell range, and 40% penalty when attacking from outside that range. Seems like it's the same whether I'm right next to them or way back here, and that looks like more than 4 cells. So, yeah. Whatever, it's the same 38%, might as well take our shots.
Fire the lance batteries.
Well, we got some hits in.
Bleed them.
Now, it would be nice to keep attacking the back, but that's probably not going to happen. Three rounds of 33, 4 rounds of 21. More rounds is probably better when they've got that cloak. So we'll just pull right alongside you on that side. And take our shots. Any ability that would help. A boarding party. Torpedo cannons. Pascal is not giving us any sort of bonus, which strikes me as odd. Vulnerability scan is an idea. Yeah, vulnerability scan gives a weak point. So we could decide if we want to come in on the which side. That's probably a reasonable choice. Okay, so you're weak on the left side, so that's the side we're going to want to hit up. We went, say, here. No. There, that should definitely be considering that side. where you're vulnerable. And I think that's makes sense. Let's go there. I should be able to possibly strafe through them. No, probably can't strafe through. That'd be the ramming thing that we didn't pick up. Yeah, we can't strafe that side. Okay. Still, I think this is fine. Attacking the right side, it shows.
The time has come.
Perfect. And yeah, I don't think there's any good way for me to attack with this left side. Although when driving forward, we might have been able to hit them with it. Didn't really consider that. Which is fine. Okay. Now our torpedoes. Let's have you go here. You can't quite get within range, but I think it's fine to detonate from here.
As it should be.
Hopefully destroying them was what I was supposed to do. I think. Gain some scrap, gain some ancient machinery. Lord Captain, the boarding teams are raring to go. The Heartless Gellerfield generator is cooked, so no warp diving for them now. And we've set off fireworks in their primary drive too. That rust bucket isn't going anywhere. We can begin the assault on the ship right away, but experience tells me this will go a lot smoother if we deliver just a couple more precise strikes. How about we flatten a few heretics between the bulkheads to make the fighting easier for you, Lord Captain? Just because their Gellerfield's down doesn't mean they won't jump into the warp. I mean, the primary drive being on fire is good, but there are insane people who might try and jump even with the Gellerfield down. Your Lordship, I must remind you that the Heartless has been promised to you as spoils. Every new blow to the ship would also be a blow to the dynasty's treasury. Around the section just beneath the entry point, we will collapse the elevator shafts between the compartments and leave the enemy without reinforcements. We need to clear out the boarding zone, rather shake up their upper deck. Prepare to board, Solomon. Are your people ready? Take out reinforcements or clear out the boarding zone. Ultimately, I think we're going to be fine, probably, regardless of what we do. But yeah, let's take out reinforcements. Yes, Lord Captain. Your macro cannons fire several salvos, blasting through the hull. You see the corpses of the enemy crew begin to float out of the gaping wound. An excellent shot, Lord Captain, but what about the repairs, the costs? Perhaps you would be willing to take satisfaction in what you have already achieved. I think so. We don't need to clear out the boarding zone. Prepare to board, Solomon. Are your people ready? Ready and waiting. I will see you on the upper deck of the Heartless Rogue Trader. Alright, Abelard or Heinrichs? I think in this case, well, they do have xenos stuff. So Heinrichs could make some sense. Arguably, I could kick out Ulfar and take both Heinrichs and Abelard. And then we kind of have our usual team that we've been using for a while. Yeah, Ulfar hasn't strongly impressed me thus far. Maybe I'll take Abelard and Heinrichs. Yeah. Which is shocking that a Space Marine is not super impressive in combat. But the problem is bolters just aren't good in this game.
I'll rub a box down your throat next time. Yes, this area is clear.
Good thing you reported the area is clear. I thought we were going to a different location for boarding than you guys. Like you were going to take the top and we were going to attack the bottom or something. With the sparest of movements, Solomon attracts your attention. I will lead Delta's Eye squad along the lower deck. We'll distract the enemy and draw fire on ourselves. Your squad, call sign Rho Theta, will proceed along the upper deck. The objective is to reach the elevator. Rogue Trader, I request that you personally do not put yourself in the line of fire and do not take unnecessary risks. We cannot lose you. Once the deck sweep is complete, we'll rendezvous to regroup and launch the assault. Solomon puts 2 fingers to his ear, listening to his comm beat. Another arbitrator squad has been hit hard. Find a way to open the door for us. There should be a cogitator or control panel nearby. But first, we will go down and get into position. We need to overwhelm the enemy with a surprise attack. When it all go together, we can overwhelm them with our numbers. Smile, it's very gallant of you to take the fire upon yourself to spare me. I'm good at taking fire on myself. I don't know if you noticed. That's kind of what I do. I don't want you to die, Solomon, so be careful. Don't risk your life on my account. Sounds like it's more dangerous to go below. Why don't we switch? Let's move out. Why not all go together? We can overwhelm them with our numbers. No, we will focus all their fire on us. Splitting up grants us tactical advantages. I know this based on dozens of successful assaults. I don't want you to die, Solomon, so be careful. Don't risk your life on my account. Clenching his jaw, his face impenetrable, Solomon says, if you encounter especially stubborn resistance, summon me. I will come to your aid. I'm not accustomed to receiving such attentions from brave Arbites warriors. It's quite a pleasure. You do not know me well enough yet. It remains to be seen who will need saving. Trust me. Or will do. I'm just going to say will do. There's no need to insult him. Solomon nods, relief written in his gaze. Let's move out. If you get in trouble, call us immediately. Solomon taps his finger to his vox. Turning to his squad, he sucks in a lungful of air and roars, Delta's Eye Squad, formation A48. Go, go, go. You've never been impressed with Heinrichs? That's fair. Heinrichs is fine for a melee character. So I guess we're going to be taking that door, it seems. Let's do some looting first.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
The elevator shaft is filled with debris. The path for enemy reinforcements is cut off. So probably we would have had potential fight coming in here or later on. Also, is this the boarding room that we were going to shoot up? Because that didn't seem necessary, so I'm glad I didn't waste our resources there. We'll give a double share of the loot to every lawman's head you bring me. Alright.
About time.
Oh, we need to check our formation.
Under my boots. The flare of emergency lights. It has been a spell since I last went on a boarding mission. Why, I feel a decade younger.
Yeah, Ilya, you should not be in the front. That's looking much better. So those will be potentially enemies. Alright, let's use the computer, see if they let us. Well, I guess so, since they ran off. That's cool, so we get to watch their mission progress. The enemy crew has blocked the door from the other side. Explosives are required to create a way through. Alright, we can look into that in a moment.
Victory awaits!
Blow up the fuel pipe with a shot. Interesting. Or clear this and open that door. Let's do this first. Juliet, you got the shot?
Simple monkey.
I'm assuming this is just extra side loot, so let's check it out.
An expected result.
Or not. Is this a separate way forward? Yeah, we can't go back. Huh. So there's a way forward. We've got enemies over here and goods that we can get to potentially from behind. Can I have Irliet shoot them from here? No. Even though she should totally have the shot, we can't make the shot. It's a shame.
None are better at searching. Watch your
Nope,
steps.
not just you. Let's move everyone.
While perusing the Lord Captain's library, I discovered the memoirs of the greatest quartermaster who has ever served the fallen Lancius dynasty, Silverto de Iono. His sly tactics will be of great help to us during this boarding operation.
Forgive my bluntness, Lady Cassia, but there is not a book in existence that can describe the full spectrum of things that typically go wrong on a boarding mission. It is better that you rely on my practical experience instead.
Take another shot.
I have learned much in my exile.
Hopefully that's helping our people and we're not actually hurting. Where is the disarm? Do we have to walk into it in order to disarm it? That can't be right. Because the moment you step on it, it explodes. But there's no interaction with it from here.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Let's display the ship's status data.
Operation successful.
Judging from the deck plans, there's a small room hidden behind the elevators that did not make it onto the arbitrator's diagram. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is there. Well, let's open this up.
Grants me insight.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Yeah, these traps are weird. Can you disarm it without stepping in? Okay, you can disarm it from back here.
A trivial task.
Usually, either you're able to click on the red area itself, or there's like a line leading to somewhere you're supposed to interact with it. This one having a weird
Something nearby.
thing at the start or in the center.
My
Just
success
unusual.
was inevitable. Too hard for a simple monkey.
Okay, and there wasn't anything else in there. Let's grab some goods.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. Operation successful.
A new challenge for me.
Run! We got a fight just waiting right there, and in the meantime, it's like, well, let's do some looting before we kick off that fight. Some various gunners, guards, slasher, etc.
I won't
We'll just move into the fight.
Your cries of
There we go.
I will take you down.
We'll throw... That is explosive. Throw Cassie into full cover over here. Be nice to have you in some cover. Actually, you count half cover as full cover because of one of the abilities I gave you. For ourselves, I guess fire's not that big of a deal, but I guess we'll get cover here for now. And then our melee people can just move forward, but possibly stay out of... I was going to say stay out of Cassia's line of sight, but Irliet's already there. So we probably won't have her use her third eye. Whatever. We'll decide what to do. Abelard, Heinrichs. Sure. So we'll set our front line area for there. Why not? Give her the dodge bonuses. And for our crit bonus, seems fine.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Then let's start working on boosting Ignatius, as we do.
If I may.
There's that.
Suits my purposes.
Alright, and we could do a Melta. Specifically, part of me is thinking attacking through here means that we'd blow this up as well, probably, which should hit quite a few of them. That hits that guy back there. Which I think is probably better because this guy should hopefully get taken out by that blowing up. At least that's my hope. So that should just get us an extra kill.
Not a problem for me. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
It didn't blow that up? Come on. It was showing as if it was going to be hit. Not a cool game. Alright, well, we're back to Cassia. Ideally, I don't want to have to use Inquisitor's Tenant yet. Not that it really matters.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Huh. They are all gathered together. If I did move her forward, she could use her third eye and hit a whole bunch of them. It would just put her in a bit of a dangerous spot. But I think that's definitely worth it. Try not to die, please.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. The navigator's might.
Alright, now we give Ignatius his turn.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Who do we have left? Quite a few, sadly. Including a bunch back here. Anyone that's actually scary with reasonable amounts of health? The answer seems to be no. Yeah, no. They're just all weaklings.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance.
Let's see. You've got 1 health and are on fire. should kill the guy next to you as well.
Was your biggest mistake.
We'll use steady superiority just so that we're rebuilding momentum up as I keep killing everyone.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost. Already done. Opposing me was your
Back to high momentum. Alright, so we've got... Where are all these other enemies? Oh, over here. Interesting. Can I hit any of them? I can.
all too easy. Nothing of value has been lost.
Where are you? Way back there. Oh, you've got 225 health. You're a real threat. Just you, though. Can I get to a point where I've got a shot on you? Not really. We do a run and gun. That can allow me to move all the way up to here. Then, can I hit you? It's not super clear. No. They're out of reach. Oh, it didn't count my movement. From here. Yes, I can hit you. Brilliant. And we will stand out in the open.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Not a
Then
problem.
you... How do I still have max action points? Are these all costing 0? No, they're costing 1. We're just somehow not losing any of them, ever. There's one more guy somewhere. You must be. There we go. And then lastly, you at your 1 hit point left.
You didn't stand a chance.
There we go. Fight's over. Good job, team. Meanwhile, the Arbite is just like, hey, keep yourself safe. It's dangerous. Hey, some shields. We need to look into potentially using some of those. Shields allow the wielder to block attacks. First use of shield bash in a turn costs 0 AP. Yeah, I'll need to look into some of that. Shield is equipped in one hand, but occupies the slot in both weapon sets. Every shield has a chance to block an enemy attack. If a hit in a burst attack is blocked, all subsequent hits are also blocked. Shield Bash allows the wielder to attack an enemy using the shield. Stalwart Defense ability increases the wielder's chance to block attacks of multiple enemies. If such an attack is blocked, the wielder can counterattack the corresponding enemy using their main weapon. Okay.
This ship has potential. Once we refit the hull, replace the officers, and make a few other changes here and there, it won't be so bad at all.
My warp sight reveals something.
Clutter Xeno artifacts, many of them drenched in the blood of their former owners. We've got a door there. We'll hold off on checking that out for a moment. Xeno device is lacking energy. You will have to connect it to a power source to use it. Do we want to use it? I don't know why we'd want to use strange Xeno devices.
I have learned much in my exile.
Okay, I think we are ready to activate this bridge. Definitely is cool seeing the other teams fight going on below us. Solomon, arbitrators, yeah. Let's have you take another shot, Irliat.
My success was inevitable.
Not inevitable, only a 75% chance. Oh, we've got some other stuff here. Overseer's Aquila. If the wearer is an overseer, using their archetype abilities grants them fellowship bonus temporary wounds. Neat. Battle Stimulator medkit. We haven't seen that before. There's one fresh injury. Contains battle stimulants that grant plus 20 strength for 3 rounds. Okay, so it's basically the same as a medkit, or at least a large medkit, but also gives plus 20 strength. Restores 60 wounds. I guess we're headed this way. Gloves of Unbearable Torment, Drukari equipment. Wear against 15 coercion. Probably not anything we care about. Built right, he can dish out unbelievable melee damage. Are you talking about Heinrichs? Servo Skull projects a hololithic image of a man boasting a slew of exotic augmetics and an ostentatious jacket. Are you enjoying yourself, Von Valencius? I see you and your pet arbitrators are crawling all over my ship like little void rats. Do try to make it to the bridge. I would like to shake the throat of such a troublesome individual. The hollow threats of a man whose ship has been boarded. Why did you steal the tithe? Did you really think you could escape the Imperium's wrath? Or destroy the servo skull? You talk too much. Yeah, why did you steal the tithe? Did you really think you could escape the Imperium's wrath? And do you really think it's so simple? Sargona licks his lips anxiously, almost compulsively. Then you are a thinker than an Ogren. Don't trouble your sorry little head. You are about to lose it regardless. Something within the servo skull emits a shrill beep, and Sargona's image flickers for just a moment. Is this the best servo herald you could find to speak to me? It's a defective piece of rubbish. I wonder if it's a bomb or a trap or something. Someone else is pulling the strings here, aren't they? Oh, I would love to tell you, except he smiles, displaying teeth inset with mother of pearl. There is no point talking to a corpse. A red microlumen flashes inside the servo skull, very much like the lumen of a meltocharge. Yeah. Good thing I'm very resistant to fire. Oh, but they just ignored that and I just got a crippled arm. Didn't do any damage to me, just crippled my arm. Come on.
What is that?
I mean, I suppose we could use some of our med kits or whatever. No, it's the skin. Yeah, skin patches. Pascal has our highest Medicae, I believe. So let's give him a skin patch. Can you fix our crippled arm, please?
Thank you.
Thanks,
now,
friend.
Where were we?
Unknown Xeno device is covered in tangled wires and shows signs of crude tampering. Someone has attempted to incorporate it with human technology. Examine with Lore Xenos. Only 75%.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
place vaguely resembles a chamber used for rejuvenant treatments. The sinister appearance of the devices installed all around the tub suggests their Drukari origin. Okay. Juliet, please undo these traps for me.
A trivial task. I have learned much in my exile.
Wow, there are lots of traps going on. Can you fix that one for me?
My success was inevitable.
So to disable this one, we need to go there. We'll send you alone.
State your intention.
Please don't step there. Thank you.
A trivial task.
Then disarm here.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
The seat from which the captain addresses the officer is far more modest than its counterpart, the rogue trader's vessel. Makes sense. Activate the bridge. That's probably where we need to continue on. Anything farther this way? Yes. We were over there before. Did we miss some goods? Alright, someone run back. Looks like Abelard's making the run. It's not that far. Can't miss out on these 3 grenades and random other loot. We'll wait for him to get back. The command runes. Something. The Vox transmits the sounds of gunfire and death screams. Then you hear Solomon's calm voice. This is DX1 receiving. If you've been waiting for an opportunity to gallantly rescue a rogue trader from under fire and earn his regard, it's time to act. Solomon, we're pinned down. Can you help? No heroics. I need you alive. It would be a shame to end our acquaintance without first getting to know each other better. My unit is under fire. We need assistance. Requesting support DX1. Do you copy? Get me the void out of here. You have 1 minute or I will have you patrolling Dargona's back streets for the rest of your life. Wow. Requesting support DX1. Do you copy? Copy that, RT1. Standing by. Over and out. We'll follow protocol rather than being overly dramatic. Oh, so we're now playing as you guys. Okay. Send Glido to close the valve. I guess that's all we can do, so let's do so. Please. No?
I am an instrument of the lens.
Please, Glido. Thank you.
I'll check the perimeter.
Hold it. The target is in the other direction. Secure the approach to the bridge. All hands on the upper deck. So we're not trying to go that way? Are we sure? Okay, we're heading this way. Got it. Okay, there's a valve we can open, or we could continue on that way. Let's open a random valve, see what happens. Groxhawks, close the valve or we're gonna burn. Huh. Any chance of reopening it? No? Looks like we are continuing up. Wow, the dog just teleports. That's a nifty capability.
Plato, heal.
Can't go through there. They're here. Help. Wow. Also, I'm not there, so we're gonna have to do this fight the normal way. Like, using actual normal people's abilities and everything. That sounds awful. Alright, so starting with you. I don't know any of you guys or what you're capable of. Like, who are my frontline people? Who are my backline people? I can't check your inventory. I probably should have done that beforehand. I'm gonna guess he's designed to be a frontline guy. Wait, I can put you there even though you're directly next to an enemy? That's not how that works, usually. So Glido can't go next to them. Strikes me as odd. Let's see, you have a club, so you're probably wanting to be up front. Though I'll probably put you a little bit farther back from Solomon because he's important and named and has a face. You have a gun of some sort, so we'll put you back in cover. And you also have a face and a name. And have a club. You guys really... Okay, you guys have names. I stand corrected, but you have no faces. I don't know. Something like that seems fine. Let's start the battle. Arbitrator Subductor. An arbitrator with the Subductor specialization has the passive ability Ruthless Suppression, which grants the arbitrator and their familiar immunity to critical hits and increases the arbitrator and their familiar's critical hit chance if there are 2 or more enemies in a 2-cell radius around the arbitrator. Whenever an enemy adjacent to the arbitrator gets up from being prone, that enemy provokes an attack of opportunity from the arbitrator. Subductor's active abilities are only available with a shield equipped. The Assault Onslaught ability allows the arbitrator to dash through enemies and enemies in a straight line for... dash through allies and enemies in a straight line for up to 5 cells without provoking attacks of opportunity. Each enemy they pass through must pass an agility resistance test or fall prone until the start of the enemy's next turn. Subductor's Shield Bash deals more damage to prone or immobilized enemies and scores guaranteed critical hits against them. Enemies affected by the Subductor's Stalwart Defense deal less damage and suffer more damage from the Subductor's counterattacks. Okay. So you... Stalwart Defense. Wielder marks enemies within the area of effect and immediately ends their turn. Until the start of the next turn, the wielder gains plus 15% blocks against first attack made by each marked enemies. Okay. Assault Onslaught, that's the dashing through enemies. Or just a Shield Bash. 13 damage is not impressive. I'd rather use your melee weapon. So you are a warrior class. So I could have you dash through some of them. Not that I think there's a ton of point to it. And you can't charge because you have allies in the way. Like, the movement stops at him. Okay, you could charge all the way over to here. That's kind of risky. And by kind of, I mean very. How much health do you all have? 62. So you're actually fairly tough. Sure, charge into the middle of them. Oh. there. You can power swing to possibly take out these guys. Gathers all their might for their cunning strike. Their next melee attack pushes the enemy away. Yeah, we'll go with a forceful strike.
Directed. Accepted.
And then you can do your power swing, which should hit both of them hard enough. Nah, it's still not going to kill that guy.
Understood. Threat neutralized.
But a good solid hit. And then give me a kick.
Directive accepted.
There we go. Arbitrator Vigilant. So an arbitrator with a Vigilant specialization has the passive ability Swift Justice, which causes enemies attacked by the arbitrator or their familiar to suffer Swift Justice effect from shotgun attacks. Okay. Until the start of this arbitrator's next turn, the arbitrator's shotgun attacks deal more damage to those enemies. With a shotgun equipped, the Vigilant gains access to unique shotgun attacks. Each of them costs 2 AP and does not spend ammunition. How are you firing without spending ammunition? Double Slug allows the arbitrator to make 2 single shots against the target. Grisly Adjudication increases shotgun armor penetration, inflicts bleeding. Fulminating Shot deals less damage but reduces the dodge, parry, and block of targets in its area effect for 1 round, regardless of whether they were hit or not. Alright, so you... This is not a shotgun. It's a heavy stubber. So that will be your shotgun. Yes. Ultimately, we should try and get some shots off on Combat Servitor. So if I said I wanted you to shoot it, I guess it's an area attack, so that's doing basically no damage. If I wanted a single shot, even still, that is garbage. I was doing good damage to that one target there, but anyone who has like any armor, 6 to 7 damage. Yikes. What if I instead had you ignore all of your abilities that are completely based around shotguns that you seem terrible with, and had you do burst fire, which you can't do from there? Oh, because you're in melee. Never mind. Wow, you just suck in general. Alright, good to know that you are just a terrible character. But yeah, we need to stay out of melee range. I'm trying not to shoot my own allies. Yeah, it's doing the same damage. This one just gives some penalties to them. So if I go there, we mark you as prey. None of the rest of them overly matter. They're all pretty weak. I'll mark the slasher as prey as well. Why not?
Understood. Executing order.
Then piercing shot.
Accepted.
Pull the bold.
Executing order.
Then we'll do that shot. Run and gun.
Executing order.
And then another shot into the group again.
Directive accepted.
judgment is fair.
Okay. Call that good for you. I think I'll move you here. I guess I can do power swing. From here would hit all three of them, which feels pretty good. Not a kill though, sadly. You're a vanguard. So I don't have any ways to increase your damage. You're all about being defensive. Alright. Then we'll still do this. Good solid strike. Then we could still do his dash thing. Which means theoretically we could knock Servitor prone. Let's give it a shot, see how it goes.
Executing order.
Haha. Alright, sure.
Directive accepted.
Seems fine.
There are no innocents.
Hi.
Taking fire.
Another scar for my collection.
Wow, you got wrecked. Okay, hit a bunch of his own allies. Cybermastiff is a tough and powerful familiar. Its main purpose is to follow the designated target, be it ally or foe. The apprehend ability allows it to chase and isolate enemies. It is especially efficient against targets using ranged weapons and psykers. While the Cybermastiff is adjacent to the apprehended target, it will attack it each time the Overseer attacks that target. If the target decides to flee, the Cybermastiff will try to stop it. Once the target is defeated, do not forget to give the Cybermastiff a new order. It will be waiting. The Protect ability turns the Cybermastiff into a defensible bodyguard. It will follow the protected ally and strike anyone who dares to hit them. If you do not want to control the familiar directly, use Battle Mode Standby. The Cybermastiff will strike the nearest target itself. Growl will weaken enemies in an area, reducing their damage dealt, while Bite and Run provide mobility and help break the enemy lines. So, reactivate. So our dog died. That was fast. So we can use 3 AP to get it back up. Overseer chooses an unconscious familiar in their line of sight within 5-cell radius. That familiar regains 30% of its maximum wounds and returns to combat. Can only be used on familiars of the Overseers still in combat. Alright. Well, we'll start with that. So let's get you back up. Now I can give it orders. Advanced tracking. Apprehend. Is Solomon a ranged character? He is. I guess I saw the giant shield and just assumed he would be sword and board, more or less, but he's not. Alright, apprehend the combat servitor, please.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
Alright. We'll go into cover. Although there is an enemy behind us that we should probably think about dealing with. But since I do... The dog attacks anyone that I attack. Probably makes sense to... yeah, probably makes sense for us to attack the servitor. So we have Adeptus Arbites Foe Hammer or Adeptus Arbites Shotgun. The Foe Hammer also counts as a shotgun? Yes. 12 to 20 damage versus 13 to 22. But this one allows me to also have the shield out. Don't want to accidentally shoot my dog. 42% is pretty terrible, though. But sure, go ahead. Nice. And try not to die, Solomon.
Out of my way.
Do you just run into melee with us, taking the attack's opportunity to immediately walk out? So that's a strange choice. Please don't kill him.
We need to regroup. Let's make it quick.
I am unimpressed with this group of Arbites.
The Emperor's justice scum.
Our dog's gonna die again.
There'll be no pardons for the guilty.
Alright, you stood up, which isn't ideal. I could do the same onslaught. If I stepped you forward to there, then we could run you through that whole group. You take an attack of opportunity from this guy. I think that's it.
Understood. Executing order.
Okay, the servitor didn't get knocked down this time. That's a shame. Let's do another forceful strike
Directive accepted.
and devastating attack. I'm assuming I can't shield bash and do a normal hit. Although shield bash is supposed to do more if they're prone, like it's an auto crit or something, if I recall what I read. Yeah. I mean, guaranteed 11 damage is not amazing. Versus that, which is just guaranteed kills.
By the Lex Imperialis.
So you're both dead now. Let's grab an endure just because. Try and keep some of these people alive. Alright, what to do about you? Can you help out with this guy? Maybe. Like if I moved you to here and then had you shoot your shotgun directly into him into cover so he can't be knocked back. %. So bad. Although maybe shotguns just aren't designed to be used in melee. Is Is that the issue? No. Alright, I think we will have you move back here. Oh, didn't notice that guy. Should have been paying better attention. It's fine. We'll mark you as prey. Mainly I want this guy behind our lines taken care of, because that's a dangerous spot to have him.
Understood. Executing order. Directive. Accept.
Oh, it does so little damage. And use a medkit on yourself, please. There we go. Another one of you might survive this fight. Now you, shockingly, are still alive and fine. Do the same running through. Try and get the servitor. If I wanted you just to attack, what kind of damage do you do? Not enough. Let's move you here. Yeah, that's fine. Good dodge. Then you can hit all of them with a reasonable swing.
Understood. Executing order.
Let's get endure.
Accepted.
And then charge. Not quite a kill. That is a shame.
Taking fire. Let's get to it. Inevitable.
Okay, well, you're not dead yet. That's good. You don't have the ability to charge through them. Right. Let's go with that. That feels very good. Yep, that's looking pretty good to me. So we still have an enemy down there, and then this one behind us.
Understood. Accepted.
If I do a run and gun, can I get over here? I cannot. I can shoot at you to get you out of the way. %52 is terrible.
I'll take it as a priority.
But good enough. And apprehend one of these guys. He's next, so apprehend him, please. Hopefully dissuade him from shooting his gun. Now you could charge him. You're not going to be able to get back here, unfortunately. So let's send you to here. Get a charge in on them. Perfect. Could daring breach to get over here and get another attack in. Which I think I will. No, we can get all the way over to here, which is better. Yeah. Because the rest of the team is close enough to this guy to deal with him, plus he's being guarded by the dog. So let's do forceful strike.
Executing order. Directive accepted.
And get some hits in.
There will be no pardons for the guilty. Understood. Report. Threat neutralized. Hold the line. Directive accepted.
Alright, I think that's as good as we can pull off. Yeah. One enemy left. Don't think you can do anything terribly useful, because you'll be shooting through allies with a shotgun, which I don't want. So stay in cover, try not to die with your 5 health. Heal yourself again, why not? Probably not needed because we should be healing right after the battle's over. Alright, Bryce, you can charge.
Understood. Executing order. Out by the Lex Imperialis.
Oh.
Directive accepted.
And we'll grab Bulwark. Solomon, you're probably going to kill your allies if I try and have you do anything. Can I just have you keep attacking? Like, can I have the dog attack using my actions? Seems so.
Blato, we're undertaking this task.
So I basically have a distant melee attack. That's cool. Medium tubes are connected to the fuel tank. No one that we can loot. Which I guess makes sense since they're not actually part of our crew. Good dog. Oh. Blood, blood, Bryce, Stein, Clayton. I'm witness to your final judgment. Sargona will not escape me, I swear. You do still have your injuries. Are you trained in Medicae? You don't have a character sheet, so... Also, you have no medkits. So I'm gonna go with no. Okay, and so this is where the rest of us are pinned down. Plant a Melta. Guess we're working together now? Destroyed the turrets.
Victory awaits!
Let's Despite multiple wounds, Solomon stands firm. The Proctor's eyes are burning bright like he has gotten a second wind. My squad is down. We need to regroup. Here's what we do. I go with you, and one of your retinue stays behind to take charge of the defense along with the surviving arbitrators. With your permission, Lord Captain, I would prefer to remain at your side. The Proctor's expertise is indisputable, but he is not your seneschal. Whisper, Solomon, I'm pleased that you wish to be close to me in battle, but why be so blatant about it? The weird flirty dialogue options are weird and flirty. Gently touch Solomon's shoulders. You're wounded. You have lost your comrades. You should rest and let me take care of you. I will confront Sargona myself. I feel safer dispatching the cornered pirate alongside my retinue. Let's go together. We'll surprise Sargona with a small army. Sounds reasonable. Let's move out. I'm doing you a favor, Bloodhound. You best remember it. Yeah, let's go together. We'll surprise Sargona with a small army. We can have our whole retinue and his retinue go. I'm guessing he's going to say no. This will put us at a tactical disadvantage. The Heartless is still full of hostiles who will try to storm the bridge. We have to set up a defense at the elevator to avoid being shot in the back. Alright then, sounds reasonable. Let's move out. Let's not keep the bastard waiting. So let's kick out Heinrichs and take Solomon. We want Irliat. Although he's a ranged character as well, which means Irliat's the one that makes more sense for him to replace. Also, the fact that he is injured is not ideal, but it's fine. And we have to level him up 20 times? Ugh. Alright, well first, Pascal, can you do some Medicae on him? There goes his fresh injury. And then we need another skin patch. To deal with trauma. There we go.
Thanks.
Alright, so you're a soldier first, and then an overseer, which is the new Arbites class that I know nothing about. Overseer is a tactical expert who uses their familiar to execute their will. The selection of a familiar determines the overseer's combat style. Different familiars grant them unique capabilities, from healing and protecting allies to destroying enemies with deadly precision. Together, the overseer and their familiar can dominate any battlefield thanks to their keen adaptability. Okay. So, talents. Attacks against the familiar have their critical hit chance reduced by 15. That sounds good. So none of these are marked as particularly good. The protected ally ignores attacks of opportunity. We're probably not going to use the Cyber Mastiff for protection very often, so that doesn't seem terribly useful. Auto Medicae. If the Cyber Mastiff suffers bleeding, burning, or toxin at the start of the Overseer's turn, the level of this effect is reduced by 2. Meh. Familiar's maximum wounds are increased by 2 times the Overseer's toughness bonus. What is your toughness bonus looking like? 4. So this would give him 8 more wounds. That seems worthless. What if the Cyber Mastiff hits the apprehended enemy or the enemy adjacent to the protected ally? It gains +1 to its key characteristics. Lasts until the end of combat and stacks. +1 to a characteristic? Not +10 or something? I mean, I guess over the course of a battle, that could get to be decent, but it doesn't seem amazing. I'll mark it. Each ally within 3 cell radius around the familiar has their resolve increased by 2. That's good. Resolve is pretty powerful. Each subsequent hit scored by the Cybermastiff against the apprehended enemy deals +0 more damage. Wow. A whole +0. It's based on the familiar's strength, which apparently, in this case, is garbage. I mean, not really. The familiar's ability is used on an ally, can be the Overseer for 1 round. The ally gains +5 bonus to characteristics considered to be key characteristics of the familiar. Familiar's key characteristics are increased by 5. That could be good. Familiar gains 6 temporary wounds at the start of the Overseer's turn. Also could be good. 10% more damage with Apprehend sounds great. One AP less on 1 attack in combat is not amazing. Probably not going to be close to your familiar because you're a ranged character and he's a frontline. If you hit the same target right after the Cybermastiff in battle mode standby hits, oh, if the Mastiff is in battle mode standby, but hits an enemy and then we hit right afterwards, the Overwatch's attack is always a crit. I don't know how often we're going to be in battle mode standby either. So yeah, most of those didn't seem amazing. Shooter gets toughness toughness equal to half their equipped shield's block. Could be good. If they're 90% or more in wounds, so nearly fully healed, they gain immunity to blind, disturbed, fatigued, perplexed, slowed, and staggered. Could be good. Allies around the arbitrator deal 9% more damage. Sounds good. Arbitrators can wield 2-handed shotguns in 1 hand. Interesting. Maybe. You're not going to be doing melee weaponry. Whenever the wielder successfully blocks an attack, they immediately use Shield Bash against the attacker, if possible. You're not a melee guy, even though you have a shield. It's just a weird design to me. Shields in my mind belong on melee characters, but I get that you can also shield from bullets, so it's fine. Melta, Nimble, Plasma Power, Solid Projectile, +2 minimum damage. Feels kind of worthless, but might as well put it on the list. So with all that, I think temporary wounds is good because the Mastiff's going to be up front and doesn't seem to have any obvious ways of keeping itself from being shot by everything. Giving it a little bit more health makes sense. Now, what's your deal? Ballistics, obviously. Yeah, again, normally you'd see the thumbs up symbol on certain characteristics saying this is important for this class. And he doesn't have that. Which is weird to me. Obviously, ballistics matters. And apparently, fellowship, I'm guessing. We did see that some Arbide options are based on coercion. I'm guessing he's got a good coercion. Yeah, 95. So probably having a decent fellowship makes sense as well. Let's get his ballistics to a nice round number. Up at 60. But then probably next time we'll boost fellowship. Skill-wise, looks like coercion is his main skill. He's got a bit of demolition, a bit of commerce, some persuasion, but definitely coercion is where he's putting his focus. Alright, so your special heroic act, Cyber Mastiff immediately heals to full wounds, even if it has 0 wounds. The Overseer's next 3 abilities cost negative or 1 AP less. Till the end of combat, the Cyber Mastiff deals additional damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum wounds. Whenever the familiar becomes a target of an enemy's attack, the Overseer has their damage dealt increased by 2% until the end of combat. And it's not just damage dealt against that target. So the Overseer just starts hitting more, hitting harder every time their familiar is targeted. Doesn't even have to be hit. Okay, cool. Whenever the Overseer uses Overcharge, which I'm not familiar with that is, the familiar gains plus 30 to its key characteristics for 1 round. Wait, Overcharge is this ability. Okay. For 1 round. The next round, the bonus becomes 10 and lasts until the end of combat. Whenever the Overseer uses their archetype ability, the Overseer and their familiar gain a +1 deflection until the end of combat. What is their archetype ability? I know what an archetype is. So is this just whenever we use any ability for this archetype? For the Overseer? We get +1 deflection? That feels really powerful. Whenever the Overseer uses reactive, momentum value is increased by +5 for each party member still in combat. What is reactive? Oh, reactivate, not reactive. I can read. Cool. So whenever the Overseer uses reactivate, the momentum value is increased by +5 for each party member still in combat. Okay. Ongoing characteristic boost feels really good. +1 deflection to them and their familiar is probably too good, because we should be getting it at least once per round, assuming I'm understanding what archetype ability means, and that it's any ability of this archetype. It's not saying once per turn. Yeah, I'm going with that. Then Apprehend enemy takes 10% more damage from the Overseer. That feels great, because we'll be using Apprehend a lot, I'm guessing. Allies around the Overseer doing more damage feels good. Now we'll boost the Fellowships to get that to a nice round number. Then I'm thinking Demolition seems the next one to focus on, since Coercion's already been done. Overseer chooses an enemy in their line of sight within the familiar's movement points divided by 2 cells of the Cyber Mastiff. The Cyber Mastiff immediately dashes to that enemy, performs a special attack. Target suffers double rending damage and must pass a toughness resistance test with a minus 5 times the familiar's weapon skill bonus penalty or fall prone for 1 round. This ability removes the effects of the apprehend and protect abilities. Okay. Overseer immediately dashes to their familiar within so many cells. The Overseer can move through allies and enemies, but not through obstacles. This movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Familiar is the Cyber Eagle that is soaring. The Overseer gains more movement points instead. For 1 round, all enemies in a 2-cell radius deal less damage to the Cyber Mastiff, the Overseer, and their allies. Overseer and Familiar gain special benefits for 1 round. If they're low on wounds, the next 3 hits against the Familiar have their damage reduced. If they're high on wounds, Overseer deals more damage with their next attack. If it kills the target, it does not count towards the attack limit per turn. Okay. Then Double Slug. Shotgun attacks allow the arbitrator to make 2 single shots instead against the target. Also good. I think I'm going to go with Bite. Probably we're going to grab Double Slug at some point. And Growl's not bad either. For now, we'll grab Bite. There. Looks like we can boost your ballistics again, so we'll do so. Can't boost coercion again, so more demolition, I suppose. Then we're back to this. Now we'll go for overcharge. By the time we get around to using his motivation, the fight is probably nearly over. An ongoing 2% damage is probably not critical. Because we're going to use other people's abilities first before we ever consider using his. On to Exemplar. You're not providing extra turns. Cataclysm's always great. It'd be nice if there was a way to mark certain ones as good and certain ones as bad. Because there's a bunch that are sort of meh, but others like Combat Meditation, I'm never going to give him because he's a ranged focus character. So I wish I could just take it off the list so I don't have to read it each time. How is your dodge? I don't think you're a dodge focused. Not bad actually. I'll consider that for you. Not melee attacks. Deadly aim. It's probably fine. Death Dealer's great. That seems fine. Don't care about melee attack. You can push with a shotgun, so this one's not terrible. You're not giving extra turns, so that's fine. Random healing's always good. More deflection for just having a shield is great. +8 is such a random number. I guess it's not random, it comes from something. Shields block divided by 3. Your shield's block determines how much weapon skill and ballistic skill you get. Sure. So when we get him a better shield, that talent does more. There's a lot of good talents here. I just hate having to read through all of them. I don't think I'm going to be doing much shield bash with him. Okay, so that's a lot, but I think one of the ones I want to get first is this flesh wounds, where you're healing up every turn. Because we run into situations where we get injured a lot more than I'm expecting in particularly tough fights, so I kind of want everyone to have that, just so that we're healing up better. Then coercion for you. boost your dog. Ballistic skill. Double slug. More coercion. Alright, back to all of these. Go with flag bearer. That seems fine. Alright, so we've already gotten all of 4 of those that we had selected. Don't know how many attacks you're going to make on others' turns. Ring grenades. That one's not terrible. Better cover is great. More critical damage is good. More ballistic skill could be good. I don't know how much your reload normally costs. I'll mark that. Because I'm guessing shotguns have a slow reload, but I don't actually know that for sure. Okay. Grab Growl. Then Fellowship. Yes. Already grabbed all of those. So what else is on the list that's good? I don't think I'm going to use you for Lore Xenos and Lore Warp. So that would just give you more crit chance and armor against Xenos and demons. Feels like a maybe. I don't know. I'm running out of terribly useful options. Let's give you just ballistic skill. And then demolition. Oh, that's it. Okay. We finally have him leveled up. Yikes. So we have a permanent buff of flag bearer for being near him. But Cassie is too far out of the range. So that's the distance we need to keep people.
None shall stand in my way.
What's our marching order now? Yeah, even... terrible. Absolutely terrible. We want Abelard up front. And I guess in this case, Pascal. There. Whenever the game locks up while saving, I'm worried it's just going to crash. Bridge of the Heartless. Sargon's forehead is covered in sweat, and his expensive jacket is mottled with burn marks. His hands are in constant movement as he works the controls for the warp engine. So, Von Valencius, you think you have won? Think again. I still have one card left to play. The Heartless has lost its Gellerfield, Sargona. A warp jump without it would be worse than death. Even you are not crazy enough to... Want to find out? Sargona's tongue darts out to wet his lips, and his voice drops from a shout to a whisper. What's that thing you lawmen always say? Any last words? Like 1,000 needles, the painful proximity of the Imperium pierces your sorcery-touched soul, and you realize that Sargona is not bluffing. He really is willing to condemn everyone here to a terrible fate. Awareness, look around. Would you indulge me by answering a few questions? Persuasion, address the pirates. Whoever brings me Sargona's head will receive a pardon and a spot on my flagship's crew. Willpower, unleash powers of the warp against your enemies. Follow you worms. We actually don't have a good option there because minus 60, even though we're at 120 willpower. Charge into battle. Enough, I'm carrying out your sentence. Let's start with the awareness, see what Cassia can see. Look around. The moment you glance at the sacred machines installed on the bridge, several of the pirates grow visibly nervous, exchanging looks and shifting from one foot to another. Whatever these devices are, they carry some special importance. Pascal's visor clicks anxiously as it switches repeatedly between different optical lenses and focal points. Sacrilegious data mixing, heresy, tech atrocity. Solomon catches your eye, then nods subtly toward the most frightened looking of Sargona's guards, and drags a finger across his palm, signaling that one dies first. So we now could give Solomon a 3-fingered signal and attack the guard. It's been a grand waste of my time now. For one of suspicious devices, you have such fascinating toys. I wonder what they look like on the inside. Would you indulge me by answering a few questions? What questions? What in the void are you talking about? Palpable hysteria breaks through Sargona's voice, but he does not pull the lever just yet. Who helped you steal the tithe? It could not have been Governor Medina. Not of the strange machines. An interesting choice of decorations for a ship's bridge. You were not very talkative for someone who was about to die. Yeah, who helped you steal the tithe? Sargona flinches as if from a blow. His soft whisper takes on a sinister note. Both of us are going to die here, Von Valencius, but even so, I would rather not say. You have no idea who you are up against. An interesting choice of decorations for a ship's bridge. Sargon bares his teeth. The machine spirits of these decorations will accelerate the start of my warp engine and our deaths, Von Valencius. Take a good look at the last thing you'll ever see. I'm registering a Category 2 blasphemy, defilement of a sacred creation of the Omnissiah via impure code. The sentence is torturous disposal. Pascal's drilling mechadendrite shrieks with a spray of still fresh blood. You are not very talkative for someone who is about to die. If there's even the slightest chance that I might live, I would rather keep my mouth shut. I'm going to destroy one of the suspicious devices. You have such fascinating toys. I wonder what they look like on the inside.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
The Captain of the Heartless meets your gaze, and you see in his eyes, the desperate courage of one who knows he is doomed. He sneers, then pulls the warp engine lever. Let the gates open. We are headed for the abyss, Von Valencius, and you and I have front row seats.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Okay. Concentrate on disabling the backup engines. Find a way to knock them out before the warp opens up. So, shield generators is what we destroyed. Turn off the backup reactors. That's probably where we need to get to. Okay, so these are what's powering our shields. So if I could take out this shield, Pascal could run up there and turn off the engines. I don't see any other devices. Oh, turn off the backup reactors. We can do it from back there as well. Okay. So we need to take out some of these. What kind of health do you guys have? Only 50. That's not bad. Not really a lot of great positions for cover, since we're surrounded. Not ideal. Alright, we'll put Cassia there. Pascal. $571 and you're on fire. I feel like you're going to be resistant to my fire attacks in ways I'm going to be unhappy with. We'll get Pascal ready to head that way. Irliet, put you in cover here. Solomon, I don't know. In cover there. Then Abelard and myself. Let's put Abelard up front here so he's ready to fight off some of these guys, or do we head him over in this direction? Maybe head towards this direction. And as for myself, I probably shouldn't just stand out in the open. Take cover here, maybe? I don't know. Something like that. I'm sure it's fine. So we have 4 rounds until warp translation. Alright, Cassia's first. You guys are gonna be a problem.
Isn't this a job for the Sirs?
I'll make that a melee zone. Let's give a crit bonus. I don't know, here's fine. And then a dodge bonus to us. Now onto the usual.
Me? If you insist. assist, Lord Captain?
Give us a couple of normal boosts. We'll take our free turn. Light ourselves on fire.
Suits my purposes.
It's not fair that he got to light himself on fire before the fight even started. I've got to waste a turn on that.
All too easy.
Oh, I guess I didn't use Orchestrate Flames, which I probably want to.
Nothing I can't
Should still have a free attack for Ignite because of Run and Gun. So I target you. Should destroy that shield generator, which I'm hoping... Well, this one did this side. So that should be here, and then Pascal can run up and hit that. I'm thinking. Can I not target you? I guess not. Well, that is a shame. Can I target this one? No. Could target those guys. But if I want to start taking down these shields, that's the only one I can hit from now. So let's start there. 0 damage. Well, that is less than ideal. Okay, those things are immune to my attacks, apparently. Fantastic. Seems like a reasonable choice. Hits both the bodyguards and the primary enemy. Should stun all of them.
Not a surgeon.
Can't do another third eye, but you could do a point of curiosity to get some people moving around in useful ways. Maybe.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Alright. If we want to give me another turn, we gotta use Inquisitor's Tenet, which I think I'm going to do. High momentum, that gives me a turn.
Paint your death in colors.
So how much damage can I do on you? Showing none. Not sure if I fully believe that. Am I just too far away? If I got closer... Okay, yeah. No, we can do real damage on you. If I did a run and gun, I could get to this line and hit both of them. Tempting. I could get to this line and hit all 3 of them, which feels really good. So you 3 would just die.
Nothing I can't do.
Goodbye.
My time.
Do that to get another free attack.
Already done.
Then grab a run and gun to get over to here. And melt the 2 of you.
All too easy.
Back to high momentum already. Do I melt to you? I suppose so. You survived. How strange. Well, then I'll just ignite you to finish you off.
What's a problem for you? Didn't stand a chance.
You turned into a demon. Come on. That wasn't part of my plan.
Nothing I
Melt to
can't
you
do.
again. Are you out of reach? I think you might be. That is decidedly uncool. No, I can hit you with Ignite. We're good. There we go. Alright, your boss is dead, guys. Feel free to give up any moment. Wish I could take these out with psychic power, but I've got to rely on my allies for that, apparently.
Already done. Nothing of value has been lost.
Anyone with big numbers that I can target? 31 is not important. Combat Servitor. Oh, I can't hit you. You guys are 31s. I'm just in the wrong place to hit anyone of importance. Because you'd be good to also hit. I can't run and gun again. I can hit this guy, and some of the side attack might splash onto you.
Suits my purpose.
And it did, so you took a little bit more damage. Same here, maybe? That might be too far. No.
Nothing I cut. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay. I think that's the best I can pull off with this free turn. Wait, I have movement suddenly? Now that I'm out of actions? Or maybe I had movement before and I just wasn't paying attention. I guess let's just move to a different position for now. Back to Cassia's turn. She's already finished effectively what she can do. Iliad, please finish off some of these bigger enemies. I'll mark you as prey.
If I must.
And you as prey. Oh, that combat servitor is nearly dead. Although I should probably get her to focus on taking out these.
I hear you moving. No more.
Okay, so that opened that up. Can you claim the bounty on some of these? Sadly, no. Alright. Claim the bounty there.
I deal death with my hands.
Don't think I have any other way to get you more attacks. I could do dismantling attack, which would give you 2 more shots. Which I guess is something. Yeah, we'll go with dismantling attack.
My heart sinks with the thrill of battle.
There you go. And no one else actually matters, I think. I don't know that that's 100% true, but feels roughly true. So, sure, if you're alive at the start of her turn, she'll take a shot against you. Back to me. Alright, where can we get to be in a place to see the most people? There's sort of 3 I could see from over there. Fair few I could see from over here, I think. Can't see you, but I can see both of you and both of you. If I step back a square, does that allow me to see you? No. I guess, can I just shoot you from here before I move?
All too easy. You didn't stand a chance.
Yes. Then I can move forward and hit a few more.
Not a problem for me.
Nothing of value has been lost!
Yeah, we're destroying the warp in the area.
Suits my purposes.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
We can do a run and gun. That'll allow me another attack.
You didn't stand a chance! Nothing of value has been lost!
Alright, we are now officially out of options. Apple is just like, what do I do now? So we've got one guy here, a couple more down there. Oh, can you not actually get back here because of all this cover? You have a big area attack. You do. Go here. And then smash all this cover, please, if possible.
Victory is imminent.
So that way we can get to the button. Perfect. Then charge this guy. I know Iliad's already got him scheduled to attack, but it's fine.
Indeed.
Pascal, please rush over here and turn off the backup. Within the first round. The rumble of the engines dies down. The ship has stopped its fall into the abyss of the Imperium. Good. Then I guess go over here and finish off this guy. Just cuz. 131 damage. That seemed a bit excessive. Alright, what to do with you? All the walls have come down. That's good. From there, get your Mastiff to attack him.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
Perfect.
One of us.
Not a
would
growl.
be
I was hoping for a bite. Misclick.
Rejected. Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Ooh, brutal. No, I don't think you're close enough that you're going to be able to effectively shoot that guy, even if I gave you another turn.
Hold on.
That was it? Alright, back to Cassia's turn.
Me?
Solomon, take another turn, please.
Yes, Lord Captain.
Let's see about shooting him. Do your double slug. Even better.
It won't take long. Target eliminated.
Perfect.
The order's clear.
Run and gun. From here,
Guilty will fall.
can you order your Mastiff? Oh, I guess that's the end of your turn. And you're too far away. That's fine. Doubt Cassia can do much more either. If you were here, could you hit him? Yes, actually.
If I may. As duty demands.
Okay. All targets eliminated. Perimeter clear. I suggest we return to the flagship and debrief. Reporting mission turned out to be more dangerous than expected. I believe additional compensation is in order. No. Want to have a look around first? Yes. Solomon nods. Acknowledged. We will depart when you're ready. Level ups all around. Always good. Let's get those out of the way. Grants +1 additional action point at the 10th and 20th exemplar rank. Cool. Is everyone going to get that? I assume so. Wait. I don't know what that all was. Yes, complete. There we go. Complete. Well, at least this level up is quick. Alright, and then loot all the things. Reflective shields, we'll have to see how that compares. What we have. I don't think we need the basic flak vests.
What is your command?
So this is shield block chance of 25. Wheeler gains +1 deflection. That's the only difference. Well, might as well go for it. I want everyone, not just you, Solomon. Silence of Shael. How does that compare to what you're using here, Liet? 29 to 30 is not as good as your sniper rifle. Might have been close. Alright. Force access with logic. Sure, Pascal, give it a shot.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Cottage Trader obeys and reveals Sargona's secrets, including information on a hidden cache in one of the systems of the Expanse. Cool, I'm sure we'll be able to check that out as a rumor. Force of Light Carapace. It's pretty crappy, 25% armor. No thank you. I took it anyway. That should have gone to cargo. Come on, where's... There. Someone's clicking the perfectly right pixel is challenging. There are goods here. We want to make sure to grab those. Dark Swiftness grants 40% dodge until the end of the next round. User suffers a -10 penalty to agility, strength, and willpower during the next round. Sure. Pascal, give that logic test. Stored on the Cogitator is a chronicle of various deals Sargona has made with the Drukhari. The captain was actively bartering human captives for xenotech, and was not above violence when it came to acquiring what he coveted. Yeah, not terribly surprising.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Pyromancer's staff, yes please. I've been holding out for a Pyromancer's staff for a very long time. Experimental Psi Amplifier. The wearer's first psychic power used in a round is calculated as if Psi rating were increased by +3 and always triggers psychic phenomena. Does that mean when I light myself on fire, I'm going to take crazy damage? but also the first attack in other rounds will be crazy powerful. I'll have to think on that. So this goes into +10 to characteristics. Sure, we'll give that a shot, and hopefully it doesn't kill me. And this will give me a +10 willpower. Doesn't actually do much, because I doubt I'm going to ever bother with Inferno, because I'm sure that my normal action is better. We can try it when we get into the next fight, see what kind of damage it offers, but my guess is it's not as good. Heartless status report states that while the ship took a beating when attempting to enter the warp, it has passed that trial and remains fit for service. Good.
It's
I
about
sense
time.
something nearby.
We will try and find what you sensed. Ah, some goods tucked down here. Okay, I think that's everything, and we are ready to go. Good job, team. Congratulations on the mission completion, Road Trader. On behalf of the Adeptus Arbites, I extend my thanks for your cooperation. On a separate note, I am grateful for your fire support as my squad advanced on the lower deck. Your marksmanship, timing, your shots on the fuel pipes gave us a significant advantage. And thank you, my knight in shining armor, for being so valiant and solicitous. It feels weird. You and Glado would have managed without my help. Actually, I do believe that dog could have captured the ship all on its own. You know, I have rather enjoyed upholding the law. You and I make a good team, no? Yes, you shall be thanking me. Judging by this operation, all they teach you is how to stand at attention and die when ordered. Wow. You know, I rather enjoyed upholding the law. You and I make a good team, no? The arbitrator nods. Yes, we do. But we can return to this later. The Heartless now belongs to you, as agreed. What does that mean for me? Is it another ship that joins us in space battles? That's my assumption. Your Lordship, if you would permit me to interrupt, I am pleased to inform you that the boarding team has presented a most extraordinary gift to your dynasty. The heretics were keeping something of rare value in their hold. Our engineers have completed all the necessary rituals of cleansing. This trophy is now all yours. Stygian pattern dual module macro battery. Short range broadside macro cannons with 2 autonomous aiming modules. Fires 2 shots, dealing 21 damage per shot. 2 shots of 21 damage is terrible. I don't know what the autonomous aiming module necessarily means. And fireproof ceramite plating. Ceramite plating protects the vessel from harm, negating 5 damage on each side and reducing the damage dealt by internal fires by 50%. Probably neither of those really matters. Hello? There we go. We also discovered a large supply of provisions, weapons, and Xeno, the High Factotum, catches himself, having seemingly just remembered Solomon's presence, and other valuables, which will be loaded into the flagship's holds with extremist assiduity. Provisions, weapons, and 2 Xenotech. The rest is far from satisfactory. Your earlier artillery strike, though undeniably necessary, did severe damage to the ship. It can, of course, be repaired and put to good use. We could have the Heartless escort our flagship, or, say, carry goods along one of the trade routes within your domain. Those options aren't cheap by any means, but the benefits are enticing. I want that oversized tub out of my sight. Give the Heartless over to their recollegers to be turned into scrap. We'll gain 750 scrap, which is a good amount, but not actually that impressive. Have the Heartless repaired. We'll use up 7 profit factor. Have the ship sent to our trading partners. No, have it repaired. Certainly. And what did you have in mind for the ship afterward? Wish to see the Heartless as my escort. Once it is cleansed and restored to its proper state, ever protect the flagship. Purge the Heartless of any corruption, patch it up, and assemble a loyal crew. Henceforth, it shall serve as a trade vessel for the Von Valencius worlds. What does that mean? Frigate Heartless has been converted. I mean, you're not telling me what that gives me. Does it give me more? I don't know. I like the idea of it escorting me, so we have another ship in ship battles. It shall be done. Getting the ship operational will take some time. I will inform you as soon as the Heartless is ready to serve the dynasty. Well, now that all the financial matters have been resolved, allow me to graciously take my leave. The valuables must all be meticulously inventoried. The factotum offers a deep bow, glancing sideways at Solomon, who seems to be in no hurry to leave. The arbitrator and his dog both watch as Janus leaves, then turn to you. There is one more thing, Rogue Trader. Your performance aboard the Heartless was highly appreciated. As an additional token of gratitude from the Adeptus Arbites, I will be joining your personal security detail, at least until we arrive on Dargonus to meet with the Marshal. He has business to discuss with you, and I have a mountain of reports to write up about this operation. Wink. Reports of the last thing one feels like doing after a battle, wouldn't you agree? I don't think I'm used to seeing this regarding any other companion. Fixture microfighters, very good, very true. Does this mean I get to keep this fine dog to help me kill heretics? Excellent. Assisting the Adeptus Arbites is the duty of every subject of the Imperium. I will take you to Dargonus as soon as circumstances permit. 2 dogs for the price of 1, what a steal. Of course, both still need to be properly trained, but we'll get there, right? This DLC dialogue is just... it feels different than the rest of the game has been. At least to me. I assume throwing you out of an airlock right now would prompt questions from your marshal later, so be it. I accept as long as you keep that mutt of yours on a chain. Assisting the Adeptus Arbites is the duty of every subject of the Imperium. I will take you to Dargonus as soon as circumstances permit. I hope those circumstances arrive soon. The longer our journey, the more criminals are left wandering about without my supervision. Solomon nods at you, gives a quick salute, and leaves with Glado at his heel. So he's probably on deck somewhere, I'm guessing. Yes, over here. At least, I assume he is underneath Glado's portrait. It does amuse me that they're like, yeah, on the map, we're going to just cover up his face with Glado, because obviously the one you're here to see is Glado. We can't interact with the dog? What if I want to pet the dog? Alright, Solomon. Let's get more of your story.
I would like to report that Glato and I finished our initial inspection of the upper decks. The list of infractions ended up being 5 pages shorter than expected. I'm beginning to worry that a servant of the Lex might have little to occupy himself with aboard your ship.
Solomon stands with both his thumbs in his belt, looking around the bridge with assertive confidence. He gives you a casual nod as you approach. I'm wondering if the Eldari on board ended up on his list. I'm sure it did. The fact the list is short when there is in fact an Eldari on board and a psyker, unsanctioned psyker. We must be doing a lot of things right. Am I imagining it, or do you seem relaxed?
I doubt such a word could ever be accurately used to describe an arbitrator, but there is some truth to your observation. Since we're not in combat, I permit myself to stand at ease, which is to say, I'm standing by on full alert.
Good, that means we can converse like normal people. Prefer the mission focused, Solomon. Make the hand sign for understood. Good, that means we can converse like normal people.
A rogue trader and an arbitrator. You have an interesting notion of normality. Well, I'll try not to disappoint you with my conversation skills.
Solomon raises an eyebrow. Tell me about the Adeptus Orbites.
We are servants of the God Emperor's law, made manifest in the Lex Imperialis. The Adeptus Orbites uphold order on the scale of the Imperium and bring merciless punishment to offenders.
So he pronounces it Arbites, but I don't know if that's just his accent or if I've been mispronouncing it the entire time I've known about Warhammer 40k. Arbites. What types of crimes do you usually handle?
The most significant ones. Beyond the Expanse, the Arbites not only enforce tithe collection, but also ensure that every planet obeys his law and that the Imperium's authority remains unchallenged. Corrupt governors, crime syndicates, rebels. Not a minute goes by without some parasite trying to take a bite out of the Imperium. We destroy any who dare trespass against the law.
So if you see someone trying to murder an innocent man whose life is irrelevant to maintaining order in the Imperium, you simply walk on by? What about witches and archenemy cults? I wish to ask you something. Yeah. Do you get involved in minor crimes, I guess is the question we're asking here.
Unless said man's innocence has been previously established, such as during an investigation. In any other scenario, murder is just a common disturbance. My intervention is only required in the case of an attack on an administratum functionary or some other important figure. Then I must take measures.
Interesting. So if he sees someone getting murdered in the street, he's not required. That doesn't necessarily mean that he won't get involved, but he's not required to be involved.
However, if I have an assignment to carry out, I will ignore any distracting factors. The duties of the Arbites are above everyday crime. We collect the tithe that feeds the military might of the Imperium and sustains its authority over many worlds. To be bogged down in trivialities is to commit a criminal waste of time and resources that have been granted to us to serve the absolute of the law.
Okay, I can kind of see that. So, various worlds have their own police force to deal with the minor crimes, and the Arbites exist to deal with the major crimes. And so, it's a waste of his time to get heavily involved in minor crimes because there's other large crimes he should be getting involved in. What about witches and archenemy cults?
Those are indeed the greatest threat to the Imperium, and I never leave a heretic I meet without a bullet lodged inside him. But such matters are primarily handled by other forces, which are influential enough so as not to be mentioned out loud without a reason.
You mean the Inquisition? Yes. I wish to ask you about something else.
I am at your disposal.
Just how far do the powers of the Adeptus Arbites extend?
Quite far, which comes as an unwelcome surprise to many in the Expanse.
Fair.
The Arbites pass the sentence and carry it out summarily. Only the highest echelons of Terra and servants of the Inquisition and rogue traders here in the Expanse can expect the privilege of a trial. Planetary governors, nobility, clergy, to an arbitrator, they are all equal before the law.
Okay. So inquisitorial servants and rogue traders actually get trials. Planetary governors? No. If you're seen to be doing something wrong, bullet to the head right away. Let's talk about the Lex Imperialis. I am curious to know how you interpret its essence.
Testing me, are you? That is fine by me. The Lex Imperialis is both the code of law and the word of the God Emperor himself. For millennia, his decrees have been amassed and preserved on Holy Terra, in the Hall of Judgment, alongside the High Lord's orders. It is at once a titanic collection of edicts and a holy text.
Solomon's tone becomes profound, even solemn. For millennia, his decrees have been amassed and preserved on Holy Terra. I guess this is because the God Emperor ruled for a significant period before he was injured by Horus and put in the Golden Throne. Presumably, this is all the decrees he made back then when he was ruling as the God Emperor. Well, as the Emperor, he wasn't a god at that point. Or at least he didn't consider himself a god and didn't want people to worship him as a god. But I wonder how much of these decrees are from the Emperor and how much is just stuff that's been added by the High Lords since then. But every world still has its own laws. It sounds as if it's impossible to know the Lex Imperialis in its entirety. Probably to some extent. There's a reverence in your words that feels almost religious. Yeah, every world has their own laws.
It does. Your capital world operates under the Lex Dargonus, formed over many generations of the Von Valancius line. However, the Lex Imperialis is the final word in every debate. It stands above any legal directives a planet may have, for it comes from the Emperor himself.
Yeah, so planets can have lesser laws, but they can't go against the Lex Imperialis law. And anytime they disagree, the Lex Imperialis wins. Sounds as if it's impossible to know the Lex Imperialis in its entirety.
It would take longer than a lifetime to read through even a fraction of his law. But there are fundamental, integral prescripts that every arbitrator knows verbatim. These are the Injuncta Cardinal, inscribed on the walls of the Arbites precinct fortresses and etched into our ammo casings. We quote them as the indisputable truth and recite them like psalms as we charge into battle.
There is a reverence in your words that feels almost religious.
As it should. The codes of the Lex Imperialis are my prayer, and I believe that every arbitrator's service is sacred, for it brings this imperfect reality closer to that inscribed in the Book of Judgment, closer to the God Emperor's will.
Yeah, there's some similarity between his view and his focus on the laws of the God Emperor compared to like a Sister of Battle, where they're both just people. They're not, space marines that are specially genetically modified super soldiers. They're just people, but are so focused on the religious side of the God Emperor's will. In his case, it's the legal side as well. But, yeah. Just the idea of having the law as prayers and carved into the ammo casings, etc., feels very much similar to what I've read about the Sister of Battle. Let's talk about something else.
I'm listening.
What is the mission of the Adeptus Arbites in the Koronus Expanse?
To collect and guard the tithe. That does not mean we ignore other violations of the Lex Imperialis. We simply act within the scope of our limited resources, the first of which being our small numbers. Here in the Expanse, many believe themselves to be too far from the civilized parts of the Imperium to have need of the law. The presence of the Adeptus Arbites helps to remind those people that the Lex Imperialis is in effect wherever there is at least one human being.
I'm thinking back on Footfall, where Corda Incendia is wiping out everyone so that she can turn it into a bastion of the God Emperor. But the fact that the Arbites were not getting involved there means that they must have been following the major precepts of the law, still giving taxes and whatnot, presumably. Because otherwise I would have expected the Arbites to show up first to take them out. That will do. Solomon nods faintly. I wish to know more about you.
You prefer to have a better understanding of the people you travel with. That makes sense. Ask.
Solomon gives you a long, studying look. Where are you from?
Port Wanda in Calixis. The gateway to the Expanse, a monumental station, always covered in ships and bursting at the seams from all the dealers, pilgrims, mercenaries, and criminals. Compared to Port Wanda, Footfall is just a lifeless rock in the void.
Where in the Koronus Expanse were you living prior to coming aboard my ship?
On Dargonus, Lady Theodora gave the top level of one of the spires over to the Arbates. A noble house used to occupy it before it decided to stick its hand into the dynasty's coffers. By offering us such prominent lodgings, your predecessor both reinforced her ties to the Arbates and made an unambiguous gesture toward the nobility. She was a shrewd woman and unforgiving.
Yeah, sounds like. Taking out a noble house because of them overstepping their bounds and giving their noble home to the Arbates is a very strong message. How did you find it, Dargonus?
I must admit, I was pleasantly surprised. I'd expected something far less civilized, given that the Koronus Expanse is on the outskirts of the Imperium. Instead, Dargonus may even compare to some Calixian worlds in status and stability.
That's positive. How did you become an arbitrator?
How? The short answer is the Schola Progenium. But I doubt you'd be satisfied with that. My father was an arbitrator, a good one, or else they wouldn't have found him in an alley filled with bullet holes. Someone who served with my father told me he was shot with 10 different weapons, and that he took at least 4 of the bastards down with him.
Yeah, so the Schola Progenium is a school for orphans of various imperial servants. So a lot of guardsmen's children, or in this case, apparently an Arbates, when they're killed and their child is left behind, they are taken to the Schola Progenium to themselves be trained up to be a servant of the Imperium. And I guess he chose to follow in his father's footsteps. I don't know if that's his choice or it was chosen for him. Not sure exactly how that works out.
I was sent to the Schola Progenium right after that, and the mentors there forged me into an arbitrator. I was an eager student, thanks to the example of unyielding duty and dignity my father set for me. The only thing I didn't need to borrow from him was hate. He didn't instill that. It was always with me. I never doubted that criminal vermin deserve only execution, but it was my father's death that truly crystallized my hatred, made it complete.
Solomon's gaze is completely emotionless. Were you able to avenge your father?
No, I didn't want to. There was a time when I wasn't sure what to think of my father's death. Or rather, I tried not to think at all. I didn't look into the case, or for any other reason, to go back to Port Wanda. Arbitrators are never assigned to their home worlds anyway. But when I was leaving Calixis, our ship spent several days docked at the station, and so I permitted myself to go to the spot where my father was killed. I stood there for a while, and nothing. I knew that another arbitrator would have already seen the investigation through. I had nothing left to do there.
Solomon's eyes stop on you. Okay. Makes sense. So whatever criminals took out his father must have been important enough, because if an arbitrator took them out, they weren't just minor crime. Although maybe killing an arbitrator automatically makes the crime significant enough that other arbitrators get involved, and it's not just considered a normal murder. Hatred does not come from nowhere. It must have been your father's influence. You haven't said a word about your mother. Who is she? You just make up that sorry tale? Did it actually happen? Ha! Seems you were born to become an arbitrator. You haven't said a word about your mother. Who was she?
From what my father told me, she was a principled woman of poor health. She died in childbirth. Not having known her might be the sole regret of my life.
Okay. Hatred does not come from nowhere. It must have been your father's influence.
It's possible. He didn't speak much. Sometimes we went days without saying a word to each other. The only time he was talkative was when he was going through his cases at night. He would inform me in terse and simple words who had sold out and why, what depravities the heretics from the lower hive levels had committed, what base motives the workers had had for hanging their foremen. All I did was listen, watch, and think. That was enough.
We don't know how old you were at this time, but the idea... I'm just picturing a kid at night hanging out with his father, just hearing about various criminal cases and the blood, gore, violence occurring. That would change a kid. Seems you were born to become an arbitrator.
Born? I don't believe in predetermination, but I know that every man's destiny is to serve the Imperium. In my case, the Imperium deemed me worthy of an Arbites rank, a heavy shotgun, and Glato. Not sure what else there is to wish for.
What brought you specifically to the Koronus Expanse?
You should ask the Marshal. I got my assignment, and that is all I know. I assume it's due to my experience. Collecting tithes from worlds bordering on savagery, and where people haven't seen a living arbitrator in 3 generations, is a task best left to a veteran.
Fair. Transfer here sounds more like banishment to me. Not necessarily. If he was good at his job, and he doesn't necessarily care about, you know, living in the more centralized areas, if he's happy out here, wouldn't necessarily be a punishment. Could be seen as a punishment. What kinds of assignments did you handle before you were appointed to overseeing tithe cases?
I suppose I have what you would call a proven and diverse track record. Investigations, rebel suppressions, punitive raids, dozens of completed operations.
Solomon concludes dryly without any hint of pride. Have you been on any especially dangerous cases? I would like to hear about your accomplishments.
There was this one time. I was part of a raid on a gang of mutants. I excelled in battle, received an award, and was promoted to Proctor. That is all.
Solomon pauses. Are you mocking me? You're not getting off that easily, Solomon. I need details. Your goal was to anger me. You have succeeded. To the warp with your story. Do not reply to me in such fashion ever again. There are no positive answers to this. I can't just be like, oh, I was just, you know, hoping for more, but I'm not going to press. You're not getting off that easily, Solomon. I need details.
Very well. Have you ever been eaten alive? I have.
He raises his metal hand and slowly clenches it into a fist. Is that tied to the same story? Getting eaten alive was part of that story and you just generalized it to a raid on a gang of mutants that you excelled in?
That raid I mentioned was compromised. The enemy had been tipped off to our operation, and we had walked into a trap. Some mutants decided to chew my arm off. That was a mistake. Since I couldn't free myself, I pushed my hand down his throat, grabbed something inside, and used him as a shield. While the thing was gnawing on my bones and spraying me with ichor and my own blood, I opened fire on the rest of the scum. That little maneuver bought my unit a few critical seconds.
Wow. Is that when you decided you like having a shield? I'm fortunate to be fighting on the same side as you. That's nothing I've been through worse. I've been through some bad spots. Not gonna say that my challenges have been worse. It's fortunate to be fighting on the same side as you.
Fortune has little to do with it. You have formed an alliance with the Arbites, just as your predecessor did. My presence here is only the expected result of your decisions.
Take a half step towards Solomon and smile. Be honest. Do you think there's a chance of something to start between us? Something? No. I'm not going to tell him it's a banishment. Let's talk about something else.
I'm listening.
About your cyber mastiff.
You hear that, Glato? The rogue trader himself is asking about you.
Solomon's stony expression becomes slightly more animated. Why do you call him Glato?
His serial number is GL80. Glato is easier to say in Gothic. Many give their cybermastiffs striking names like Slayer or Thunder. I'm fine with Glato.
He's just calling him by his serial number. Fantastic. What can your dog do?
He mostly provides combat support. He is trained in both lethal and non-lethal ways of disabling a target, with the ability to analyze a situation and then decide on a course of action. Glato is a good tracker too, and he can spot basic evidence. He also knows over 100 commands. In general, He is more resourceful and diligent than most people I've met.
Solomon pauses, looking pensively at the cybermastiff sitting at attention. What about Zogmetics? What commands does he know? Glato down. What about Zogmetics?
Glato, ready! The frame is mostly metal, with armored plates covering the vital segments. The jaw is reinforced. Crunching a leg off is like tearing a hair out for him.
Cybermastiff promptly stands up, and Solomon starts pointing out the different parts of the dog's body. He turns Glato's head to give you a better view of the fangs, as if their terrifying size were not apparent to the naked eye.
I don't even know a tenth of all the things Glato is fitted with, but it's an impressive list to be sure. Take the sensors in his nose for one. A cybermastiff is like an odor analysis laboratory. Alright, that's that. Glato, attention.
Solomon ruffles the dog's hair, staring straight into its eyes. Then he pats Glato on the back. It has hair. I assumed it was just all metal. It definitely looks all metal, and I don't see hair. Sure. What commands does he know?
They range from kill and guard and the like, to more complex guard and patrol protocols. A protocol is a combination of behavioral patterns, which the cybermastiff follows according to the present situation. In other words, I don't have to control Glato all the time. He can adjust and react to the circumstances on his own.
I'm going to try this Glato down, but I'm guessing Glato is designed to only take orders from Solomon. Cybermastiff yawns, casually bearing a terrifying arsenal of razor-like teeth.
That is a useless command, Rogue Trader. A cybermastiff must always be in an advantageous position to attack the enemy. Glato can crawl or move stealthily if the situation calls for it, but regardless, he will not respond to someone else's order.
Okay, so there's not an order for him to just lie down and be unprepared. And even if there was, we couldn't give it, which is somewhat expected.
As you wish.
Is Glato fully servitorized, or is some part of him still a living dog? Wait, so it's actually based on a real animal? Well, a servitor is still part living human. So I guess, in my mind, this question should really be asking, is he fully robotic? Which he wouldn't be, now that I think about it, because it's illegal to have high-functioning machines that don't have organics, because due to the harm of AI, law requires that all processing is done through wetware, which is why they use servitors and whatnot, because it has to be a human mind that's doing the processing power. So there has to be a living brain in there. I hadn't thought about that, so he's definitely not fully a robot because of 40k law. Is Glato fully servitorized, or is some part of him still a living dog?
Generally, cybermastiffs have all aspects of their animal nature removed, but Glato is a special case. His submodel takes a dog's loyalty and instincts as a hunter and guard, and renders them absolute. He is neither a dog nor a servitor. He is something much more. A cybermastiff, a living weapon in service of the law.
Okay. Awareness test succeeded. You cannot shake the feeling that your question has offended Solomon somehow. There is a certain vehemence in the way he describes Glato's outstanding qualities. You talk about him as if he were a tool. Do you not feel attached to your dog at all?
Glato is not a pet. He is an instrument of justice, as am I.
And you would be willing to sacrifice him for your mission. Did I mishear, or did you just say you consider yourself to be on the same level as your dog? Yes, that is exactly what he's saying. Proctor, evidence suggests that you are not quite so indifferent to Glato as you want people to believe. Duty comes before attachments to you, I see. Admirable. I will never believe that Glato isn't just an instrument to you. You'd be willing to sacrifice him for your mission?
I haven't had to so far. I do not spend time contemplating such things. It is a fruitless pastime at best.
Did I mishear, or did you just say you consider yourself to be on the same level as your dog? I mean, I assume he considers himself to still be a weapon. How did he phrase it? A living weapon in the service of the law. But that doesn't mean that all weapons are equal. Obviously, sacrificing Glato and then getting a new Cybermastiff is less waste on resources to the Imperium's training than a well-trained and veteran RBD. Did I mishear, or did you just say you consider yourself to be on the same level as your dog?
Him or any other weapon that lies in the hands of the law. Only my service to the Lex Imperialis determines the level on which I stand.
Evidence suggests you're not quite so indifferent to Glato as you want people to believe. He won't like that comment, but I still think it's true. There's a connection there that he is pretending doesn't exist, but does.
Impossible. You found me out? Yes, I am 100% less indifferent than I let on.
Solomon raises an eyebrow. He only listens to you then.
Correct. Both his training and his augmetics ensure that Glato only accepts orders from me or from my superior officers. Apart from having the obvious benefits, it also serves to prevent disarray on missions involving multiple Cybermastiff handlers.
Makes sense, I see. It must feel strange to be without your unit.
I've never been a part of a rogue trader's escort before. That said, I adapt to change more quickly than you might think. And as long as Glato is with me, I can handle any transition.
Solomon glances around the bridge. Hello, Glato. The Cybermastiff pricks up his ears, examining you with an intelligent look that seems anything but bestial. Hey, we can pet the dog. You are a fine, loyal companion, aren't you, Glato?
I must remind you that Glato is a living weapon. If you like the number of fingers you have, do not touch the dog.
I'm still going to pet him. Can't you ask Glato to sit still for a moment? I suppose my fingers do have sentimental value. I mean, if an owner tells you not to pet their dog, like if I was approaching a police dog or a military dog, and the owner of said dog said, don't try and touch him, I'd probably respect that, as much as I like dogs. Something that's trained to be a weapon. His owner knows his situation, and if he says I'm going to lose my fingers, then I suppose I won't pet the dog. I suppose my fingers do have sentimental value.
Wise choice.
Shame. Give the dog a piece of dried meat. No, probably same similar thing of... He's a weapon. Does Glato have a favorite types of training or some other pastime of choice?
Sometimes I let him play with heretics' corpses. That was a joke. If you're asking about entertainment, that concept does not really apply to an RBT's dog. But I like to imagine that Glato is enthusiastic about training with me, that he enjoys running long distances at my side, and during target practice, he always seems eager to hear me give the attack order.
That can't be all of it, can it?
Fine. Let me satisfy your curiosity. I do have a special exercise that helps to sharpen Glato's hunting instincts. I take a few ammo casings and hide them in hard-to-reach places. One time, after a raid on a manufactorum, I gave him a whole abandoned workshop to run around in, but I also played a trick on him by throwing one casing onto a ceiling beam. Then it was Glato's turn to play tricks. He waited under the beam until I walked up to him. Then he jumped onto my shoulders and climbed to the top. He cut my temple open with his claw and almost broke my clavicle, but he got the casing.
Wow. He lets out a small cough. Betcha that dog's heavy. I think you and Glato could do with your own training ground. I will order a space to be prepared in one of the compartments and have it outfitted with everything you need.
The equipment needs to be sturdy. Glato is unstoppable when he's not holding back. Thank you.
The corners of Solomon's mouth curl upward. Of course. Serve with duty and honor, Glato. Sutter Mastiff growls quietly. It seems he does not take kindly to anyone making eye contact with him for more than a second. I have other business to attend to.
You know where to find me, rogue trader.
Okay, so we've got a bit more background on our new companion. Let's go check out our ship and find out why I couldn't use my fighters in that last battle. Because I want my ship to work the way I expect it to. I do have a fighter deck. So, what's the deal? So this is our new gun that we got. So it's a lot weaker damage-wise. Less shots. Oh, but it can be used twice per turn. So it's essentially the 4 shots dealing 21 damage, but I can separate the shots. Maybe someone is needed to command them? Maybe. We have all the posts filled, though. So this is better than the... other one. This one. So let's replace that. So we've now got the 2 shots, but can be fired twice. And then this is our new plating we just got. Negates 5 damage on each side, reducing internal fires by 50% versus 9 points of damage on the 4 and 5 points on all other sides. I'm not worried too much about internal fires. It doesn't happen often. The one we've got, the 9 points of damage, is probably better. See if a post might have some special for allowing fighters. I can look into that. It's probably the Master Cannoneer. So if I... No. It's all about torpedoes, which is the same slot on the ship. And I don't know why we don't have access to any shield stuff. Surely that's the post he was in before. And we had several of these abilities. But it looks like it's thinking we don't have any shield abilities unlocked. Maybe we don't. Maybe I kept ignoring it because we never actually take that much damage and need to refresh our shields. That could be. He might actually not have any abilities to use. But no, I don't think there's anything we need for the fighters. And I'm pretty sure Argento was the one we had in that slot normally. Yeah, let's take that off and then reassign it. In case that somehow magically changes things. We didn't take any damage in that fight, which is great. So yeah. I don't think we saw the... Yeah, we've got one-way road here. We didn't figure out where that takes place. But it's somewhere in this system. Rumors, one-way road. Koronus ship went dark shortly after its arrival in the system. Fate could be worth investigating. I have to assume it's this ice world point of interest. So let's check it out while we're here. This does look new, actually. At least it's not looking familiar. So this probably is what we're looking for. Blood sign decree. Decree of gubernatorial will, by the grace of the God Emperor of mankind, we, Jamon Nigel von Powen, for the good of our world and the deliverance of our people from the wrath of the heavens and the fury of distant stars, hereby command to provide for the needs of the governor's office no more and no fewer than 20 faithful young men and maidens picked in accordance with our instructions, each 7th rotation around the heavenly body, robust and firm in body and spirit, voluptuous in shape, of similar height and stature, dainty and beautiful, fair of hair, and with eyes the color of midday sky, so shall it be. Okay. Sure. Dog? What? Where are you running off to and why? Got more goods that we can check out. Ancient servitors, more ancient servitors. Lots of dead bodies. Or Imperium. What do we have here?
My house would be proud of me.
Desiccated manuscripts date back a dozen centuries. This palace is probably one of the oldest outposts of the Imperium. Bonebreaker Maul. Seems reasonably powerful. Some more battle stimulant medikits. And warp grenades. Requires heretical zealot. Well, we're not going to be able to use that. Something up here I missed. Also, I appreciate the flag bearer ability, but the amount of filling up my notification as we walk around is kind of crazy. Let's check out this way first. Yeah, Glado. I recognize there's goods nearby. Enforce a light boots. Whenever the wearer parries an attack, they immediately strike back at the attacker. If this attack deals damage, the wearer performs kick to push the enemy away. That sounds good. Whenever the wearer deals damage with a heavy weapon to an enemy, that enemy suffers +1 stack of perplexed. If 3 or more stacks of perplexed are already on the target, whereas attacks also inflict staggered. I don't think we have anyone that's doing heavy or wielding heavy weapons. Maybe, do these count as heavy? Like maces? Didn't say it anywhere. Death Stardy's equipment. Whenever the wielder performs a heroic act or a desperate measure, they gain +2 action points, +6 movement points, and 8 temporary wounds. Well, let's say for Abelard, we'll give you the boots for parrying. How's it compare to what you're wearing, actually? Whenever the wearer performs an area attack, they instantly provoke attacks of opportunity from all adjacent enemies. Yeah, I think this is going to be better than that.
Compared to naval service,
Oh,
that was barely
I had Abelard do that tech use because he was single selected person. That could have turned out poorly. Break into the safe.
Operation successful.
We don't need a second bone breaker or more warp grenades. We can't climb over that. Let's head out here.
Grant me the wisdom to perceive. My Auspex has detected something.
Broken Vox. I cannot go on like this. Helena. I cannot. I serve my master loyally, as did my father and his father before that. But this cannot continue. No, I'm tired. To bury the corpses of murderers and traitors to the Imperium is the noble thing to do, but now I must conceal the deaths of these innocent young men and women. They are almost children. Cursed be the day when the governor became the ruler of this world. I will break this vicious circle. This I promise. Tonight I will flee the estate, and together we will journey to the Star Speakers. They will warn the servants of the God Emperor about the heresy lurking in these walls. They will return for us. They will save us. Just wait for me, Helena. Just wait until I return.
Searching is my observance.
You saw that chest of goods through the wall? Your eyes are very good. Okay, we've got a bunch of damaged combat servitors that I'm suspecting we're going to get into a fight with. Although they're not showing up red, so maybe not. Maybe everything's fine. Maybe everything's fine. We can technically talk to them.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Alright, let's talk to this ancient servitor. Servitor's mechanisms are old and obsolete, and the organic parts have been replaced with improperly sized counterparts. Okay, let's keep looting. There is so much stuff around here.
A new challenge for me?
Antitoxin, battle stimulants, immobilizing grenade sounds cool. Nope, we want to keep that. And toxin grenade. All sound great. Corrupted noble. We have a living noble surrounded by all these servitors in this run-down, broken place. Before we talk to him, let's wander around, make sure there's nothing else to see.
None shall stand in my way.
A lushly dressed, vaguely human-like carcass sits reclined in a massive Calixian oak armchair. Calloused brownish blue patches cover the dead flesh, overlapping one another like snake scales. One of the hands, claws of exposed bone, supports a grotesquely bloated face. I'm seeing scales, claws. Are you Gene Stealer? Maybe? Awareness test succeeded. The creature's chest remains motionless and its eyes stay tightly closed, and yet the muscles on the distorted face twitch ever so briskly when you approach. What? Cassia covers her mouth with both hands, trying to speak quietly, even as her body is shaking. The Lady Navigator's wide open eyes are brimming with terror. I want to leave this place right now. She probably sees something we don't, almost certainly. And if we don't leave now, bad things are going to happen. Who are you? Speak up. The creature's eyelids flutter open, searing you with an unnatural glow of its yellow pupils. The disfigured lips twist and stretching the smile wider and wider, until the thin skin bursts with a sharp snap, revealing row after row of pointed teeth. Ko magna ro fagnal hift. A twisted, guttural voice bursts from the creature's throat, and it roars with laughter. Kai Morag, Alentak, do not get in the way. The projectile strikes right between the creature's glowing eyes, barely piercing the scale-covered forehead. The blood, black and viscous like tar, slowly runs down the malformed face. Do not think me a coward, Lord Captain, but I would prefer to leave this place as soon as we can. Who knows how many such creatures lurk in the palace depths? Okay, Maprakis. There are no vowels in that word. My human mouth cannot make that sound. A long snake-like tongue emerges from the creature's mouth and licks its own blood, savoring it like wine. The wound from the shot heals before your very eyes, as if it was never there. Welcome to my feast. The creature idly jiggles its chins in an effort to remember human speech, its jowls melding into its shoulders and faintly glowing ribcage. A peculiar accessory shaped like a scarab and covered in luminous patterns has painfully lodged itself into the flesh of this creature, something that undoubtedly used to be a man. Lord Xenos test succeeded. You've heard of the powerful Xeno artifacts from the distant Halo stars. discovered by humanity millennia ago. Artifacts that belong to a race more ancient than the most venerable among the Eldari. Artifacts most impure, fatally dangerous, forbidden in the Imperium, on threat of the cruelest of tortures, and yet capable of granting the darkest of human desires, a means to cheat death and embrace life eternal. The Halo device should not have gone to such a weakling. I will take it. And then destroy it, hopefully? Attack, be gone, monster, or just run. Cassia said to run. Abelard also says that we should run. Do I attack or do we run? I'm gonna attack. This seems to be the end of the area. I didn't see any other doorways off of here. So hopefully it's just him and all the servitors. And a bunch of broken servitors seem easy enough. I don't know how dangerous he's going to be. Bas und Jefstek Amst blah. I can't say that. The elucidator fails to interpret the twisted speech taking root in your mind like a pestilent weed. The creature contentedly smacks its lips. I will finally taste the savory flesh again.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Yeah, so the servitors are joining us. I don't see any other paths, so I think it's just him and the servitors. Had to look around to verify. Servitors are all quite damaged, so not really worried there. 1900 health. Oh boy. He's difficulty 6. 135 toughness. He's got natural armor. Disturbed. Each stack inflicts a -10 penalty to fellowship and willpower. He's got 3 stacks. Choosing the game. At the end of his turn, the corrupted noble chooses his prey, applying the game for the feast effect on them. Creatures with this effect suffer 50% more damage from the noble's attacks. If the noble hits its target, he regains 10% wounds and removes this effect. He chooses the target, and if he manages to hit them, he gains back 10% of his wounds. So, 190 wounds every turn. Yikes. At the end of his turn, the corrupted noble moves to the nearest servitor with either the searching for blood or searching for fear effect active. This movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. If there are no servitors with such effects, the corrupted noble stays put. Bestial Rage, Natural Armor, Combat Master, Transformed. Has a non-natural immunity to stun, slowed, and staggered effects. Yet maybe... he permanently suffers 3 stacks of Disturbed. At the start of his turn, he restores 5% of his maximum wounds for each creature with bleeding in combat. Suffers 125% more fire damage? Really? Really? You take extra fire damage. And then the Halo device. The wearer gains the following. More strength, toughness, agility, and perception. Uses agility instead of intelligence, toughness instead of willpower, and strength instead of fellowship. Immunity to injuries and traumas. Regenerates toughness bonus wounds per turn, which is going to be pretty small. And whenever the wearer kills an enemy, any damage they deal is increased by 1% until the end of combat, while their intelligence, willpower, and fellowship are reduced by 1 until the end of combat. Alright, let's figure out where we want to stand. I have no idea. I'm assuming most of the servitors are going to be melee focused. Combat servitors probably have weapons. Let's move you guys out of the way a bit. Break the servitors? Yeah. Probably. There's just not a ton of cover around. Abelard, Pascal, we'll send you to deal with some of the servitors, I suppose. Then Cassia, you can go into cover here. And I will have cover there. Sure. Seems reasonable. We'll get some melee here.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
We can give the two of us some dodge bonuses, which probably is wise.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And then for crit bonuses, we'll give those to Irliet, as usual.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Then
Isn't
your
this a
usual
job for
boosts.
serfs?
So I am understandably slightly worried about that item I applied to myself that raises my psi rating for the first attack in combat 3 higher, or first attack each round. Am I going to do crazy damage to myself? Let's see, what does this do? Releases a torrent of psykers staff power level flaming projectiles, each dealing some amount of damage. Projectiles have a 60% chance to fly along the central line, 40% chance to deviate to one or more lateral lines. Creatures that are hit by 2 or more projectiles gain the warp burn effect. So I can't light myself on fire with that. If I use this, 9 to 12 damage. That's what we're looking at. Versus something like this. Yeah. Like, glad I've got the Pyromancer's staff because it feels more fitting, but no. I don't see... I thought normally my side rating is listed somewhere where I can see it. Anyway, 11 to 20 is not crazy. Ignite. Orchestrate flames.
Suits my purposes.
Then we'll do a run and gun. And that'll allow me to light you on fire.
Already done.
Good amount of damage. Okay. Cassia. No, don't hit me. No, she can only hit really that one. It's not great. You try and immobilize him, but I think he is immune to being immobilized. And this is a line, but we're not going to have a lot of enemies in the line, sadly. Unless I move her out of where she's at.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
That's something, and you're now burning 4, which is unimpressive. Can you actually see him? I mean, it claims so. Because if she can light a few more of them on fire, then when Ignatius uses his ability to increase fire damage, it'll hit a lot more.
Me?
Might as well light a few more. And then, yes, we'll use this, which will allow her to give Ignatius a turn.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
If I tried Melta, we're going to hit the Mastiff, unfortunately. Because he's poorly placed. If I could go somewhere here. I could also just do a bunch of ignites. Melta does double the damage and then hits a line. It also reduces their armor. That's true. Versus ignite. Doesn't melt their armor. I don't know. Let's just go with ignites. Let's just try and take you out fast.
Suits my purposes.
Since you take extra fire damage, I may as well go to town on you.
Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes.
And that's only going to do 36 more damage, so we need to just hit him again.
Nothing I can't do. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Alright.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Then I guess I should just focus on the ancient servitors rather than the combat servitors because they're nearly dead anyway.
Suits my purposes.
That takes 0 AP, so I don't need to save an AP.
Already done.
And it looks like the rest are all combat servitors. Yeah? Yeah.
You didn't stand a chance.
That's still 0? Okay. Just making sure I'm not gonna be unable to use it.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
We keep getting our point back. There we go. We've now run out of AP. And Revel and Slaughter, which will allow me run and gun to get another attack going.
Nothing I can't do. You didn't stand a chance.
There we are. Now we'll finally do Inflame.
Suits my purposes.
Should hit all of them pretty hard.
Painted black.
I guess the ancient servitors weren't as far gone as I hoped they would be. It's fine. And I'll orchestrate flames on you because you're far away. Why not? So that you stay burning a while. Yeah, that's the end of my free turn. I guess move the melee area to here. Oh, I missed. Thought it was covering his square, but I guess not. Oh well. It's fine. And you moved out of it anyway. Alright, Iliad. What can you do? If you just took a shot on some of them, not very much. Let's have you focus on some of these more distant ones.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me.
Alright. Perfect spot. It's fine.
If it serves your cause. I am not your xenos pet monkey. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Good solid hit.
If it serves your cause.
Perfect. And
I understand your intent.
that seems fine. Next, Abelard.
It will
Charge
be
him,
done.
please. Doing essentially nothing. Plus 30 machine damage with 50% armor penetration. Okay. Let's do... Wall of Rockcrete. Protect Pascal and others that end up moving up.
I will do my duty.
And then...
It will be
Reckless
done.
Strike. Now we'll use this one.
Indeed. Target well struck.
I'm back to my turn. Well, I might as well get into a line and take out both of you with a Melta.
Nothing of value has been lost.
And Ignite on you.
My purpose it.
Bit of a scary fight in some places, but not really. Corrupted Noble looks scary, but lots of fire. And he was weak to fire, which is bad for him. Tempestuous Carapace requires heavy armor proficiency, so if we compare it to, say, Abelard, it's worse armor, worse deflection. Yeah, it's just not good. Do you have heavy armor proficiency? You don't, oddly enough. So yeah, we just don't care about you. And then the Halo device. Where gains the following: a bunch of strength, toughness, agility, perception, blah blah blah, regenerates 2 wounds per turn. We could technically wear it. Don't really want to reduce my willpower every turn whenever I kill someone. That feels bad. But we'll take it with us. And it doesn't look like there's anything to acquire off of the servitors. So mission accomplished. And not Gene Stealers, I was wrong. Let's head back to the Koronus Expanse map and verify that that was that rumor removed. And it was. So we need to go back to Dargonus to finish up the Arbites quest. We also have a bunch of rumors to check out. If it's a melee character better, give it to Ulfar. Ha! Make our Space Marine immortal. I don't know. So we're basically at the end of this stream. Probably going to go to Dargonus and finish up that quest. But then, before I rush to some of these other quest lines, part of me wants to go through all of these rumored areas. See what's up with them and if we can interact with them. There's still this Eye of the Magnetic Storm that we don't know what to do with. It's been bothering me for ages. But yeah, since there's so many of them, I kind of want to spend at least the start of next stream trying to sort out which ones we can interact with. But probably we'll start here at Dargonus. During the warp voyage, the Navigator's Sanctum reported there are warp reefs right on the ship's course. The fragments of the Sea of Souls give a material form. Navigator may either steer the ship past the dangerous region or risk approaching the ragged formation to gain valuable insight. I'm not feeling super confident about that lore warp check. Let's just steer past it. 15% chance, that is how you ruin your ship. The void ship followed the route charted by the navigator and successfully passed the troublesome region. So yeah, I think we will stop here next time we go into Dargonus and talk to the Arbites, sort out that, and then yeah, check out some of these rumors. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you next week. Bye.